all buttoned up in their 5-point harnesses and getting ready for those checkouts.
And there's that worm again, Leland, right front and center. How does that make you feel on the spacesuit?
It makes me feel just great.
Ayan. O, send ko sa'yo yung link. Sana
We have a lot of
gumana.
heritage and tradition with the meatball, but
Sige.
I'm able to be a little bit more flexible now. Now that Lauren has beat this worm thing into me. No, but they're getting ready. They're focused. They've had breakfast. They've had chances to talk to friends and family, and you know, it's getting real again. And that 50-50 chance, you know, I'm saying positive on 50% chance of going. You know, seeing the suit techs around them with these futuristic-looking flight suits versus the light suits that we've had in the past. It's a you know, transitioning from that old
Meron na kaya? Sige nga, try mo.
era in space travel, and I think working with NASA and SpaceX, working together as one team, it's just like what we do in space, work together as an international team to get things done.
Absolutely. And
Ano
this
stream
group
ba yan
really
yung sa game?
gets to know each other well too. There's a wave from Doug and a thumbs up. That's so cool to
Sa
see.
game ba
I mean,
yan?
the people in that
Ano,
group
no,
get to
naka-flash
know
yung
about
ano,
each
yung
other
live
well
stream
because
ng
they've rehearsed it so
NASA,
many
ay
times,
ng
you know,
Falcon
especially the
9,
suit techs.
tsaka
The suits are,
yung
you know,
mukha ko sa
custom
baba,
made
tsaka
for each
ikaw.
of the astronauts. So I feel like I couldn't even count the number
Meron
of
ba?
times they've had like suit fit checks and leak
Teka
checks and
lang,
just
sinend mo na
making
ba?
sure every detail with the fit and the function is just perfect before
Yan,
they
live.
get ready to launch.
And interestingly enough, these suit techs are also the designers of the spacesuit. They've been working with the
Meron
crew
namin.
for years as we've been building these suits. They're training suits,
Try
all
mo
of the
buksan
training
sa akin.
events
Teka lang.
in Hawthorne, where the crew is inside of the Buck, the capsule simulator. This is the team that's been working with them for
Yan.
years.
Ayos,
The team
kita mo yung
is
mukha mo.
J3, which is the ATD, the dummy
Nag-iiba-iba
that
yung
flew
scene yan.
in Demo 1.
Pwedeng
Um,
ganyan.
It's a mannequin, right?
Mannequin, Smarty. There's
Smarty.
lots of names for Ray.
But the point being, they've been with these suits from cradle to grave and have been working so
Makakapaglaro kaya
closely
tayo
with
niyan. Subukan natin.
Pressures and making sure
Sige.
everything looks good prior to arming the launch escape system. But
Ang daming nakabukas na
so overall, Dragon
screen
is
dito
healthy
sa akin.
and ready for cruising.
Nessa, naririnig mo?
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
Pati yung tunog ng
countdown briefing.
space. Ay, nung sa SpaceX.
So you just heard in that briefing there, they're
Hindi.
continuing to move
Okay.
forward towards launch. And as we have a view of Doug Hurley there adjusting his visor, again, he is the spacecraft
Bukan natin
commander
kung
for Demo
makakalaro
2.
tayo.
And while he continues the suit up process, we want to give you a
ay,
closer look
nasa
at the veteran
space.
Marine Corps fighter pilot and spaceflight pioneer.
Ay, nakasa... Ano ba to? Yan. May papalabas sila.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited. Feel ready? Still pumped? Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo 2
Ito bang Falcon na yun yung
He is a
bumabalik
Marine
sa...
Corps colonel and test pilot.
Tapos yung
He
Crew
was selected
Dragon,
as an
yun yung
astronaut in
hihiwalay yan
2000.
dalawa
He
eh.
piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour
Yung Falcon 9 babalik.
Dragon.
for SCS
Yung Crew Dragon
135,
yung tutuloy
the
hanggang
final
ano,
Space Shuttle
ISS.
mission. Introducing NASA astronaut
Ito,
Doug
ako lang yung
Hurley.
rocket.
Ah,
Lalabas.
It's a
Rocket na
life-changing
maglalabas sa
process in
kanila.
so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engines shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking,
Nilagay mo ba sa
what
Facebook?
just happened?
hindi.
To see a rocket launch in person.
Sa YouTube lang. Para lang ma-record.
Is,
Ikaw, kung gusto mo
it's a
i-share.
pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch, and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it,
Doug Hurley.
that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo 2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. This will be the first time the Dragon had a crew on board. And so there's a a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. SpaceX has been responsible
Split
for
screen natin,
design
tingnan mo yung tsura.
and essentially making this vehicle what it is.
Ayos pa.
What the astronauts bring to the table is the crew vehicle interface. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work, to be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station, talking together, working through the challenges that simulators typically throw at you. It was really neat being part of it. It's just been an incredible undertaking to see where we've come just in the last 5 years that Bob and I have been a part of this, and to be, shortly flying to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon. It overwhelms you to think about how many people have, in some way, shape, or form, touched this program and this vehicle to get us to this point. And we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard. I mean, through his entire life to get to where we are right now.
Diyan na lang din ako sa'yo.
Ha? Dito ka.
Diyan na lang din ako sa'yo, Nina.
It makes me so happy to
Hindi.
see that he
Kahit
gets
i-off
to
mo yung
be
video.
part of this mission.
Pero paano mo kami maririnig?
I'm just glad to see
Okay.
his hard work and his dream has come true.
Akala ko nanonood kayo ng spaceship.
Hindi, maglalaro habang nanonood. Ayos, diba? Panis!
SpaceX, in our case, just working to get to this point.
Ayos
It's been
yan.
a huge amount of sacrifice and time.
Ano na namang trip yung dalawa?
Labor are coming.
Eh di ganito.
Buksan natin yung ilaw.
Ayos ba?
Saka ilaw.
Play.
We are now
Play online na tayo, bale.
expect to see the crew complete their suit checks
Sana hindi
and
mag-lag.
walk out of the Neil Armstrong's.
Feeling ko maglalag yan.
Feeling mo.
And before they
Yan nun. Naka-split screen na sa'yo, Marvin.
Commander for Demo 2, you see to the left of your screen there, former Air Force flight test engineer Bob Benken.
Ito ako, parang hindi ako kita.
Hindi ka na makikita nun.
Oo nga, kaya ako pumilit.
There's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is
So, ano to, nagsistream kayo?
Oh.
take you to the launch pad.
Nakikita to sa...
That's really
Parang lakas nung tugtog nung ano. Ano ko ba yung hinaan yung tugtog
really
nito?
in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task, prove that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk
So
as you
far,
go
parang
forward to
okay naman
execute
daw
a
yung
test
weather.
point and figuring out a way to collect the
Ano?
data.
Yung weather, no?
We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light? Is that light an
Okay
expected
naman
light?
daw, di ba?
What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour.
Sabi mo kung G ka na.
Introducing NASA astronaut Bob.
Sige, wait.
So, ano nakikita screen mo?
Ha?
Ano itsura niyan dun sa
My career
Ito.
at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of
Ayos,
decades.
daming window, no?
With the class of 2000.
Mamaya yan,
went through the
magiging,
training program, primarily focused on the
magiging
Space Shuttle
ganyan.
and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles,
Saan mo to
the
nilagay?
second time was definitely
YouTube.
different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get?
Ito
Am I
puro
really
gameplay
prepared
na.
or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now.
Paano kayo nanonood niyan?
Mamaya pa naman yan eh. Kasi mga 3:30 pa. So maglaro tayo habang
to have gone through
stream
the
na.
process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. And there's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me
May update pala eh.
watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special for both of us, though. The way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse
Bakit?
and I love her for it.
Mic test, Marvin. Lolo.
Hello.
Yan, okay naman. Refresh.
Ano lang ang ginagawa natin dito? Nakalimutan ko
Hindi
lang.
ko na nga rin maalala eh. 1, 2, spring na. Tama.
Yung pala, yung maganda palang fuel to.
Fuel lang apoy?
Oo, sa
Yan, nakapasok kami kagad. Wow. Himala. Oh my God! Ano na bang nangyari? Ito yung supplies. Asan tayo? Ano na bang ginagawa natin?
Ito na nga rin alam eh.
Wala. Kakatapos lang ng winter.
Ay, tama. So, may umbrella na tayo.
Kunin ko lang. Ay, baba ng saan.
Ano bang supplies natin sa rep?
Sakso nga.
Okay, marami namang meat. Okay. So,
bakit may parasol ka na?
may umbrella na. Diba, hindi ka pa ba gumawa?
Hindi pa eh. Saan yan?
Ano ka lang? Ano yan? Dalawang spider web. Isang pigskin.
Saan nga yun? Kalimutan ko. Survival yata. Ito, isang pigskin, dalawang silk. Tapos, ang daming twigs.
Ang mahirap ay ang ating...
Ay, kaya lang kailangan natin ng lightning.
Ay, oo nga pala.
Meron na tayo dito.
Lightning rod.
Gold fight.
Ano natin ang lightning rod? Nakasuit up na pala sila eh.
Dapat pala kasi tayo dapat sa base, diba? Baka hindi tayo
Ano yun? Mahina yung boss mo? Mahina yung boss mo?
Pwede tayo
Meron na ba tayong ano?
yung sa kanan base.
Ihang ko na to yung drumstick. Kasi masira.
Paano ba pumunta sa ano? Ano gagawin natin?
Gamig ba to?
Kalimutan ko na rin kung anong ginagawa natin. Lapit na ma-stale to, yung egg.
Uy, may tumutubo ng mga berry bush. Ano yung kailangan natin kolektahin? Ay, ano yun? Yung nitro. Uy. gabi na.
Gawin ko pa.
Hindi ko na maalala gagawin.
Ako din nga eh. Nanguhula na lang ako.
Like it's lighthearted. You can see Doug laughing there. I know that he's right side of the bed. Bob and Doug want back out. It's not too late.
Tagal pa lang masira ng ano
They
yun.
have said that again. I know they're ready to go.
Oh,
They're
umbrella.
Oh, matagal-tagal naman. Baba tayo.
Yung mga anak.
Uy, nilalamig pa rin. Shit, ganun pala. Nilalamig pa rin ha. Ganun ha. Wala pa naman akong wood. Shit, wala na akong thermal stone.
Wala ka ng thermal stone?
Hindi, ito. Gumawa na lang ako pala.
Wala pala tayong bato. Ayun, meron.
Naglalag?
Ako nagagawa ka na...
Parang naglalag ba?
Oo, naglalag.
Sobrang lag.
Kanyang kumuha siya.
Yan pa umaga na mga. Ang bagal ma-charge ng thermal stone kapag wet na.
Ay, ba't ko nga ba charge? Ano na ba ngayon?
Mamaya hindi na kailangan yan. Medyo nag-i-yellow pa kasi.
Makuha ko na ako yan.
Hindi ka namin marinig, Marvin. Yan, wala yung ulan. Hello, Marvin.
Alam mo, kailangan natin ng maraming ano. Ay, tanggalin ko na kaya itong mga to. I-hammer ko na.
Yun,
Itong mga ano, wood wall.
Oo nga. Wala rin kwenta
Baka matrap pa tayo dyan eh.
First and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew.
Hello, Marvin. Hello.
But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication for the crew inside of the suit. It provides them hearing protection.
Hello, Marvin.
What's up, madlang people?
Hello, hello.
Yan.
When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical.
Wala mga kahoy.
And the umbilical is providing
Kuha daw siya kahoy.
Ako din.
Ayun ang blue flame. Gunpowder.
Ano yun?
Nag-learn ako ng blueprint. Uy, gears ulit!
Wow.
Wow.
Actually, kailangan pala natin.
Oo nga, sa fling-o-matic.
Mag-ready na kaya tayo para doon.
Oo nga
mga
eh.
ingredients. Pati yung endometric, ano,
Alin?
fire pit, ang daming kailangan na ano nun, na rocks. Tsaka gold.
Endothermic. Yung nitro kailangan para sa fire pit. Endothermic fire. Pero endothermic fire pit,
Ano nga ba
kailangan ng 4 na cutstone. Para sa summer.
In preparation for lang.
Para hindi na tayo nagmamadali mamaya.
And you're looking live at Launch Complex 39A. That is
I-harvest ko na ba tong mga to? Mga wet grass? Ayaw nyo.
stage Falcon 9 second rocket that will produce 1.7
Pa-wet season naman eh.
thrust at liftoff. We are keeping our fingers crossed that the weather cooperates. 50-50 chance. Beautiful right now. There may be some thunderstorms rolling in later, so we're keeping a close eye on the weather. In the meantime, we're going to head west to Hawthorne for an operational update.
Hammer ko na to mga to Habang dito lang ako sa base muna. Bukas na ako lalakbay.
We are here in Hawthorne still. The astronauts have a crew training facility simulator and a full-scale conduct phenomenal and off-nominal situations.
Recently, the SpaceX team used the ISS simulator that the astronauts with fly watching the ISS. If you head over to ISS.SpaceX,
Palto. Uy, nagahang. Okay, nakatakas na ba ako sa kanya? Oh, naglalag na.
Ako rin nga eh. Lag din sa akin eh.
Try it and check it out and see if you can do it. So let's check in with update on Dragon and Falcon 9. Josh?
3 hours and 35 minutes. All continues to go well for today's launch. On the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts are performed last night.
Wala akong effect. Ito pag...
Pressurizing gas storage
Ano yun?
As I like to report, the good news is there's nothing significant to talk about. Now on top of Falcon 9 is...
Sinisira ko na yung wood wall lahat.
The Dragon final flight pressure about an hour ago. We had the support team arrive in the White House just inside 4 hours. We're waiting right now for the crew to walk out of the ONC building, and they should arrive at the pad by about 3 hours. Spacecraft, all systems are also currently Air Force range at this time. Range will be
Ano yun?
to prevent access to the hazard area, launch sites 39A and around the Cape. Now, is the weather, and as I said before, we all talked about it, but anything about. Weather is 50% probability. We are going to be watching for the clouds, lightning, thunderstorms. It's not as strong today, and that's going to not help push that back. But right now, things are looking good with both Falcon 9 and Dragon as we count down the liftoff. Now, we want to see where you're calling today's one from. We're going to jump over to Tahira at our social desk.
Glad to hear that things are at least looking good right now for this launch. Really hoping to stay that way. So we just took a look at numbers of commercials across our social media platforms, and there are now 5
Super choppy.
Super choppy. Welcome guys, we're so excited to have you.
Ikot ko na tong red bird Wala naman tayong ano eh.
South Carolina, Houston, Texas, Los Angeles, New York.
Meron ba tayong... Ano pangalan to? Bird cage.
Meron.
Wala, asan?
Meron dyan.
Nasira yung...
Ah, nasira. Oo nga,
Oo,
nasira.
nasira yung... Tan kong lag dahil nangunga ako ng mga ano natin.
We love you guys, and so for those of you tuning in, please use that hashtag LaunchAmerica on social media.
Figure pala dito.
Naglagay ako.
Ay, magkahiwalay. May isa dito, take. Meron isa dito. Ano yun? Yan
So
na.
it looks like about looks like about 60%
Story.
of you are wearing a
Hiwalay kasi yun.
and that means
Kasama ko
you're
lang.
already falling a little bit behind. But hey, now that the worm is back, maybe y'all will be sporting it more often.
Oh, shit.
So with that, that's you at NASA Team. Great.
We have some security in the actual walk out
Ako, mabali na ako.
looks like someone just kidnapped their dog. I am
Party na lang.
Ha?
Teka lang, disconnect muna tayo.
Bakit?
Hello,
Ano
Marvin.
nangyari?
Gusto yata ni Marvin, party connection na lang.
Traditions like the meatball and the worm or a card game that we play called Possum's Fargo. And you have to play enough hands to where the commander loses a hand before we can walk out. So that's probably going on right now. They're getting ready to have Doug lose his hand, and then we can get in the elevator and come out and get in the spaceship.
Yep, so we're giving them that moment in private. And Leland, I wanted to ask you too, because I mean, we had a scrub really late in the count yesterday. We got just under T-minus 17 minutes, and we were all like, oh, it was like a collective groan across the country, everybody watching. And I know you've been through a delay once yourself on one of your shuttle flights, and I wonder, what does it take to kind of refocus yourself on day 2? I mean, do you go through all the exact same preparations? Do you do anything a little different? Is there a little bit of superstition involved?
Not really. I mean, try to keep everything the same because we've practiced this way, and now in the real day we're playing this way. So if you stay the same, kind of the same form of performance, nothing else hopefully will happen that's out of character to the mission. So I think we just try to stay the same.
That's good insight. And I know, Bob and Doug, we heard them on the comms after that as they were detanking Falcon 9, and we're waiting for them to get out of Crew Dragon, and they were just cool, calm, collected, thanking the teams for doing a good job. Nobody's getting launch fever. And, they're going to do the same thing today. No matter how many people are watching, they're going to make the same call as they would if nobody was paying any attention.
Right, and I was talking to CJ Storkar before I launched my first mission, and he said that he made a mistake and flipped the wrong switch on Ascent, and he glommed on that and was about to make another mistake. But he said that he had to just focus and get back to, grace under pressure, so that he would make a third mistake, which could have been, catastrophic. So that's what we always try to do, is to try to do everything the same way. Be very deliberate, but be very graceful, not really try to overthink something, but try to stay safe.
Absolutely.
And calm.
Yeah, that's so key, and I know that's a top of mind for all the SpaceX and NASA teams working on this today. And again, we're just standing by. We expect the crew is going to be leaving the suit-up room in just a couple of minutes, so we're giving them those last few minutes in private at the ONC building. And again, we're looking at the pad here. One of the other things that struck me, we watched the videos about Bob and Doug, and when I went home on Wednesday, because people saw, people who were watching and maybe watching again today, saw the videos about them, learned a little bit about their military background. My husband's a Marine, so he's like super pumped about Doug. Doug tweeted Semper Fi, and so I know like all the Marines out there are like just super pumped about seeing this, and the airmen that are watching Bob, seeing them represent the Air Force. I mean, it's just such a cool moment for our military community, and as a military spouse, I definitely feel some of that pride.
I saw Charlie Bolden last night coming from the restaurant, and he was very excited about Doug as a Marine.
That is immortalized on film and video for 400 different astronauts from Apollo all the way through Space Shuttle, serving 150 total missions, and soon, the weather cooperates, mission number 151 with the first 2 commercial crew astronauts. These doors carry with them a legacy of purpose and action, and today they will announce to all of us the start of this, NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission.
And you saw just a little bit of my walkout from STS-129, my last mission. And I remember having my friends and family out there. There was my chemistry teacher that was in the crowd. She got me turned on to science and helped me actually become an astronaut. And I just remember her being in the crowd saying, "Go Leland!" And it was just such a memorable moment for me. It kind of got more rocket fuel in my veins, getting me ready for my mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just looking at a live picture outside of the building where we could see some of the folks gathered. We could see Doug and Bob's immediate families. There's a small contingent of media there. I mean, normally that place would be just kind of jam-packed with as many people as we could fit in there to capture that moment. We, of course, had to scale that back a little bit to maintain social distancing, but there's still a very excited group of people standing outside the building right now waiting for that to happen.
It's so cool to see their families there and that they have that moment with them prior to getting inside of the Teslas. I mean, seeing that the last time we made that attempt was this incredibly emotional moment. I have no doubt it will also be emotional again. But yeah, that I can only imagine what goes through their heads, you know, in that moment when they're just waving goodbye for the long time before flying. I mean, feeling like nervous or
At that moment, we were, trivial in the see that walkout. But I think at that moment, we were thinking about families, we want families, but then at the same time, we're going to do this incredible thing for something advanced in civilization. We were working as a team, all the other teams now with SpaceX and NASA and people all around the world were, recovery and all these things, helping us to space. And I think those moments are really heartfelt for us that a team of people help us get to this point.
And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Benton and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging where you can kind of see the back of the banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it.
Yeah, you see that, and all those signatures of people that have helped us through training, through fit check, through all of those moments and getting ready for this mission. And it feels like they're going along with us on the ride.
As we wait for the crew to come downstairs to the first floor, we will pause to honor today's efforts with our national anthem. Kelly Clarkson just blew us away with a fantastic rendition Wednesday. Here she is again.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what's so proudly we read at the twilight's last gleam, whose first lights and bright stars through the temple
Kasi kailangan natin maraming big screen eh. Hindi pa kailangan nila big screen. Kailangan mo yung big screen. Pero dami yan kasi para sa umbrella yung big screen.
I mean, it doesn't get old. We heard it Wednesday, but I mean, I can do that every day of the week. Yeah, amazing. That's a live look again at Launch Complex 39A. We are awaiting astronauts Bob Bankers and Doug Hurley to walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building any minute now. So we're going to be ready to cut to that shot as soon as we get the word that they're ready to walk out that door. Those doors. but we're keeping a close eye on weather because it looks a little iffy as we get later into the afternoon, closer to launch time. Again, it's 3:22 this afternoon.
Florida is, 1 hour it's beautiful, clear, gorgeous day, and then an hour later it's a thunderstorm.
You said it. Welcome to our world.
And then an hour later, it's back to the
Yeah. Well, similarly to the last attempt, right? I mean, just 15 minutes later,
I know it hurt my soul because we have this instantaneous launch window. It's not like the shuttle where we can give it a couple more minutes because that can be window. We have a single second to get this off the ground. So everything's got to be just right. The conditions all have to be green at that moment.
again, Mother Nature showing she's in charge.
Absolutely. And just for about 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds after seeing the walk out of those doors, the sign showing up on the phone. Wide look as you walk outdoors. There they are, NASA astronauts. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. There are their families right in front of them.
Very special moment.
Now they are getting into the Tesla Model S being pushed on the launch pad, being dropped into their seats.
Are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the device. These are not just in Tesla, you can just buy off the web or in a Tesla they've been outfitted with and that that is connected to clean air to the astronauts while they're on the way to the Falcon wing doors are closing.
Super sweet. Yes, I would say so.
And their flight program is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about.
Nag-search yung lighting rod eh.
Us working together with teams to make sure they get efficient and that's something.
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did catch Bob telling his son to be good for mom and make her life easy. As a parent, I appreciate that. close. But we want you to be part of this journey regardless of where you call home, regardless of where you're watching from today. And so for the next few minutes, we are going to follow the convoy, but highlight those whose words and hands and thoughts go with all that we see here today. We hope all of you watching can feel the pride each of these NASA and SpaceX team members has for this drive out to the past.
Hi, I'm Justin Kamak with NASA Kennedy's Communications and Public Engagement Directorate, and we all want to wish Bob and Doug safe travels in Godspeed. You are full of inspiration to us all. Now, let's get out there and rock America.
We saw all those different groups of folks from NASA and SpaceX, from all different walks of life that have come together to make this happen. And that was just a small fraction of them. Look at that shot. That is so cool.
Wow. A little thumbs up. Wow.
Yeah, and you know, it took a little bit of creativity to get this shot to happen. We have a chase vehicle that's on the other side of the road, is of course shut down, so we could get a camera in there and follow them out. So we are really thankful to Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces for helping us make that happen. We could see Bob and Doug all the way out there.
My ride out was a little bit different than what they're experiencing in this Tesla, because we had the Astrovan had bench seats on each side, and we could look across at each other as we were driving out. It was momentary jokes, but sometimes you just look
dalawa kasi yung parang fire pit lang, saka yung fire lang.
Having this opportunity to launch into space.
Kasi gano'n na naman eh, parang winter.
And helping us get in
Pero endothermic lagi gagawin.
Drive out to the launch pad, get ready for this tremendous moment. And I think that's probably, even though they're sitting, side by side, I think they're probably thinking of the gratitude and the people that have helped them get here, so that they can be on the pointy end of the rocket, getting a chance to go up to
Endothermic fire, yun yung pagkaba
space. It's just
You're listening to some tunes too, I heard, right, Lauren?
Yeah. There are at least 3 songs on their playlist
Hindi,
that are super
parang
interesting.
katumbas na yung fire pit.
AC/DC's Back.
Kailangan lang niya na
you know that one.
Tsaka
right. Another
pero
one
kung yung pang
is
bass,
the
yung fire
elevator
pit,
music.
yun yung
from
maraming
the Blues Brothers, the girl from Insane. Oh, Leland.
Okay.
Got another career.
That's enough.
Career
That's
number
enough.
3.
That's enough.
NFL astronaut.
And of course, they are also listening to the Star Spangled Banner, the Army's Horns version.
Now, we didn't have tunes in the Astro band, and I know that the Tesla has a really kicking stereo system. Is that still the custom stereo system that's in the Tesla?
I haven't been in this one, so I don't know what they're rocking, but I'm sure it's pretty cool.
And again, just for some perspective, you know, they left the operations and checkout building just a minute ago, and so it's about a 9-mile drive from there to the launch pad. It takes them around 20 minutes, kind of depends on how quickly they're trucking.
The other thing sometimes that you hear as you're in your convoy is the helicopter, the huge helicopter flying overhead, and it's kind of also, you know, you're thinking military, you're thinking really important things, and it's a moment that also kind of solidifies in you that hey, big is about to happen. The sound of that fury is in your head. It feels good that all those people are helping you get there safely.
Yeah, I think we heard that actually coming by this building earlier because we were walking. I was like, I think that's what I think it is.
And it was pretty low because it's pretty loud.
You can feel it.
I can feel it.
I took this drive yesterday in my rental car, and granted, it was Model X, and I'm not an astronaut, but driving to 39A, that same route, I'm trying to put myself, like imagine myself in that headspace. It was pretty awesome. I had to figure out how to get on Falcon 9.
Lauren, we're all astronauts. We're in space.
That is true.
You just gotta get on the rocket.
Yeah, well, Leland, there's a group of people that want you there.
I think we should, listen to them.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I think we should
Maybe
all
we should make that a poll question.
Yeah. And we can all make it to space.
I am on board. I mean, not literally right now, but I would like to be on board.
Lauren, would you go to it?
We have so many people watching online, sending well wishes to Bob and Doug. I mean, it started earlier this week as we were ramping up for Wednesday, and I feel like it's just been this build up of momentum because, we were following along Wednesday, and now we're all following along Saturday, and people watching from home that hopefully don't have to work today, and can really tune into what's going on here. And they are just now on Saturn Positive, that right coming on to Saturn. So to the right of the screen, there's operation for building 2. And on the left, out of view right now, is the process, the space shuttle, the Saturn V rocket.
So we used to check out the Apollo 7, 5 rockets and the space shuttle.
Where they're passing right now, I mean, if we were to run outside, we could wave, because we are off to the right of your screen there at the press site. You can see Uber Media there. So from this point there, they've still got about 3 miles to go.
You guys later. I'll be back.
You're gonna go home. And obviously, it's not just Bob and Doug. Forces and also flight surgeon there with them. We see just a sprinkle of folks along the way. Normally we have a whole lot more than that, but we really appreciate you watching online and at home. it everywhere. Watching on your phone, tablet, whatever mobile device you have. We're going to be here every step of the journey, taking you through it moment by moment. There's a cool shot with the worm on the roof.
There we go.
The second place.
The second place.
So, Leland, when I drive down this road on the way to on the left, there's that area where the crawler used to drive. Tell us a little bit about the crawler.
Yeah, right there you can see the kind of the gravel where the crawler touches that gravel. So this thing moves at a graceful rate to get out there because it's got this huge rock there. And I had a chance to see that when my brother went out. Enormous tracks and vehicle. But you guys do it in a different way. You don't go out of the vehicle assembly building. You have a vehicle.
A hanger and cat, so we just rolled around.
Kind of like a fuse where you just raise it up from horizontal to vertical and it's done.
Yeah. Horizontal integration, so you don't need an entire building in order to process raise it up vertical.
And again, all these efficiencies will help us get to the space faster and safer, and this is going to be the future of space travel. And also the relationship between NASA and SpaceX working together as a team.
At this point, the convoy is approaching pad 39A, and they're entering what is known as the BDA, or Last Danger Area. Now, before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter in that area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams do an internal go-no-go poll to make sure everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many things, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight.
And here's a view from our gantry near the launch complex 39A. We've got another view of the convoy going by here. So I had to count up all the cameras we have all over the place for this. I've seen it for all day.
That's a beautiful shot right there, and looking at the Kennedy Space Center and Merritt Island, all of the nature around us. It's a big buffer from 39A so that we can be safe and launch our rockets off to space safely.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't realize this is a national wildlife. I mean, I pass turtles on the way to my car every day.
Well, when we would run from the operations and checkout building, you'd have to watch out for snakes and or alligators, and so be really careful about the wildlife.
We used to have one who lived at 39A.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an alligator.
Well, maybe we'll see him. We'll keep an eye out. Tweet at us if you see anything.
Did you name him Warren?
Ooh.
I don't know how an alligator would feel about being called worm. And we've got a ton of you following along on social media. Lynn says, as a fellow Missourian, we're so proud of Bob. Launch America, we will be watching from the Space Coast, cheering loud. And another comment, Godspeed and good luck, Astro Bacon and Astro Doug, hashtag Launch America. There you see the SpaceX horizontal integration facility. It's on the left of the screen now. We saw the front of it from the other angle. Or I'm sorry, no, there it is. I was getting my buildings mixed up, so it's on the right now. Bigger building.
The other is the Falcon support building is where all the offices are, and yes, you're correct.
Thank you for the correction.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in there for it as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now. It's put together for rather finally integrated inside of
There it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan.
Beautiful. This is awesome. I'm getting really excited over here. And with us looking at the launch pad right now, we've had to do a number of upgrades, but not only for the launch pad, but SpaceX has also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew. And a key update to this latest version of Dragon is its highly reliable launch escape system that is capable of carrying crew to safety at any point during the ascent of the rocket.
So another pretty key upgrade is the Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, flying things requires keeping a habitable environment throughout the entire flight, and that means covering everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing any carbon dioxide in the air, regulating the temperature, the humidity, all of these things, and also implementing that waste collection system, aka the toilet.
That sounds pretty fun. The changes to Falcon 9 were small but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failures, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And this goes all the way down to latches, control valves, electronics, wiring, and so much more.
Right, well, with the astronauts now on location at pad 39A, we're going to swing it right back. Bree, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards the Dragon spacecraft.
So we are looking again at Launch Complex 39A. Just 50 seconds ago, we saw the Tesla plane, Bob and Doug, pull up to the launch pad. This is the site of so many people. This is where Apollo and Saturn V rockets launched the moon took astronauts from. I mean, this pad has so much history. We launched from there with the light scene, Blue Dragon, Falcon 9 there with the pad. All of the visual changes that have been made. I mean, what kind of a release does it?
You know, when we got out of our Astro van, we stepped out and we just looked up at the vehicle, and it was creaking, it was groaning, it was making noises, it was getting ready for us to take us off planet. And, you get a chance to take a picture. Sometimes you stand there, you look there, you look at all the training you've done, all the preparation, and again, all the people that have helped you get there. And it's just a solemn, amazing moment for all of us.
There's another amazing drone shot. Lauren, you explained kind of how SpaceX brings the rocket and capsule vertical. Now that we see it, can you kind of explain that again for those who maybe missed that?
Yes, of course. Dragon is actually processed a few miles down the road at Area 59, or Dragonland as we like to call it. We then put it on a truck and drive it all the way to the hangar where the rocket is. And so what'll happen is we'll then break over, where the vehicle's up vertical, we'll turn it sideways because the rocket is being processed sideways, horizontal into the hangar, lift it, made it to Falcon 9, and then roll up the hangar doors and essentially pull the vehicle into the transporter erector, which is the big white truss structure that you see there. All the fluid lines, electrical lines, everything are connected to the vehicle's transporter erector, and they basically roll it up those rails. You can't really see them. You can only see them on the screen. The rails roll the entire TE rocket Dragon assembly up to the very top of the pad, pin it into the pad system, and then roll it up vertical.
And we are about T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we are expecting to hear a formal announcement that the crew is at the pad. Of course, we saw them pull up in the Teslas, and there they are. Looks like they've already gotten out of the car, and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is. You know what I was kind of jamming out to on my way in was ZZ Top, Sharp Dressed Man.
Oh, nice.
I was like, I don't know, that might be on my playlist if I was in there. There they are, taking in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's 230 feet tall as we round up, and then Crew Dragon is another 27 feet from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone. So when you're out there in person, it's really hard to describe just how large it is.
Look at them getting excited. They're ready to get in the vehicle, get in the elevator, and make the drop. Body's picking up foreign object debris.
Appreciate that. We're also wearing fog covers on the shoes, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We want to make sure that they don't, track the outside inside the Dragon when they go in, and so right before they leave the vehicle, they remove the fog covers off the vehicle.
I take for granted, all just the little details like that, all the thought and preparation that has to go into literally every single piece of this operation.
I love the makeover of Path 39A with the sleek black with the white ticking and the lines, and it's a very futuristic look for this iconic launch pad. And to think what's been there before with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, shuttle, and now the SpaceX Crew Dragon getting ready for rocket fuel still going 11.
And we feel so honored to get them launched from here. Ooh, there they are. That's a really fast elevator.
It really is. It took them up 255 feet in just a matter of seconds.
That looks like they were just checking something out.
O yan, papasok na sila sa shuttle.
Calling moment that the crew has arrived on the pad as they make their way up the stairs, and they're headed to the crew access arm now.
Parang ilang oras din pala sila sa loob eh.
There's the worm again. Popping. I know it. Don't worry, there's a new ball on the
upstairs on their way to the escape factor in the event of an emergency that would require them to get far away from the launch.
And it's hard to tell from this angle, but there's actually a phone right here. And I can't tell if it's Bob or Doug that's using the phone right now, but Leland, can you explain the significance of that? It's the same phone that was there during the shuttle days.
Yes, you get a chance to talk to maybe friends and family who maybe couldn't come to the launch. In this case, it's quite a few people. But to have that last one to talk to someone before you do the vehicle.
And coming up at about T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, the astronauts will ingress, or that's the word we use to describe climbing into Crew Dragon. We saw Doug do it a couple minutes early on Wednesday. They were a little bit ahead of schedule, so that time can be a little bit flexible. But that's going to happen with the assistance of the seat techs, and they will get strapped into their seats. And so with that coming up, we're going to head over to Hawthorne for a preview of what's in store for the future in space travel. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, shortly after we begin to regularly fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station, SpaceX will also begin flying private passengers to station and beyond using Dragon.
NASA is enabling up to 2 private astronauts to visit the station each year as part of our support economy and space orbit. One of the many ways NASA works is to open up access to outer space for companies to manufacture products in microgravity, for any new commercial modules in space, and really just to enable more people to explore the stars firsthand.
And the more people out there exploring the stars, the closer we become to becoming a multi-planetary species. Earlier we showed you a first-hand look at where you would train if you were to fly with us on board Dragon, but now let's take a peek inside of the spacecraft itself.
in space. The Dragon is a spaceship that's all about safety and reliability. We designed it to be two fault tolerant, which means that any two things could fail. So I could lose a flight computer and a thruster, and I could still bring the crew back from space. We also added a lock safety. If anything goes wrong on ascent, the crew can get away from Falcon and get picked up safely. I've worked on Dragon since 2012. When I see Dragon lift off, I think I'm going to feel build-up of emotion of 8 years of working with some of the best engineers and technicians across the country that put their heart and mind into making this incredible moment happen for everybody.
Foreign object debris, dust, dirt, anything that could interfere with the systems on Dragon just before they get in.
Right, as Lehman and Lauren were mentioning earlier, stuff suits to protect from FOD. And they have FOD covers on their boots, as they mentioned, as well as on their umbilical cord on their suits. And that needs to be removed before they can ingress. So it looks like they should have removed that.
Progress on schedule.
Into the net. interested in hearing those updates live. Yes, once the quad check is complete, they can enter, which is happening live on your screen right now. As they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. As you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those suits. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization. So the suits help keep them cool as well as delivers nitrox in case there is a suit depressurization.
As we go through this, we saw Doug Hurley go in first. He's the commander for this mission. He's close to 2 years during the team. Bob Bacon's just next to him. They're going to get assistance from these suit techs as they get in. There are 4 seats inside the Dragon for these missions, and they are numbered 1 through 4. From the perspective of the suit techs inside the hatch, going from right to left. Doug Hurley is in seat 2. That's the commander seat. Bob Bacon is in seat 3. Crew Dragon. Obviously, we don't have anybody in seats 1 or 4. Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts though on future NASA missions. You'll see that on Crew 1, we'll have 3 NASA astronauts on our partner agency, Jackson. And then directly above the crew right now, but right in front of them, once their seats get rotated, 3 displays that they'll use throughout the flight. And that just gives them insight into all of Dragon's systems. It allows them to take control of the vehicle and manually fly it, which we'll see them do hopefully only twice during 2 manual flight tests. Because again, Dragon's autonomous, but they can jump in and take over if
And as Dan mentioned, the displays are above them right now, but those seats will rotate back to a launch position so that they can easily access those displays. So coming up next, the crew will do a comm check once they're all settled in. And that's so that they can check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and then after that, their seats will be rotated into position. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for the latest on the health of both of those vehicles. John, what's the status update there?
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 43 minutes, and counting down for Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. You can see the Dragon launch pad team has obviously arrived at the pad. They got their first day at T-minus 4 hours. Open up the side hatch on Dragon. Got ready for the arrival of the astronauts. We saw the crew come up the elevator, walk over and enter Dragon. And now they're situated inside the depth. Now the flight team is monitoring data from Dragon. They most recently have completed a command and telemetry check of the radio frequency system on Dragon through the tracking and data relay satellite network. That looked to go well. There are no issues in work as we watch the astronauts getting situated in their seats inside the Dragon spacecraft. The Falcon 19 is preparing for final checkouts and propellant loads. Those checkouts are due to begin at T-minus 2 hours, some 42 minutes from now, when the launch crew officially gets on console in the firing. All systems on Falcon 9 are ready to go. The range continues to be green on the support side. The areas around the pad obviously clear except for the folks between the vessel. Air and sea space is clear. The air helicopter go by from time to time. The big concern is weather forecast. We are continuing right now at a 50% probability of violation. The weather constraints. The big concerns are going to be the thick clouds, precipitation, possibility of lightning. I mentioned earlier, normally you get a strong sea breeze from the ocean that pushes inland and keeps the clouds in Central Florida from building up. But today the sea breeze is fairly weak, so we expect the thunderstorms will get close to the launch pad. We're also checking downrange conditions. If there's a contingency splashdown of Dragon, we're looking at essentially the wave heights, lightning, rain along the trajectory. Right now it's marginal, but it is still go. We do expect that to improve slightly during the day. So fingers crossed that the downrange weather is good. But right now, at T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, as the clock continues to count down, all systems are go for launch.
Alright, thanks John I. And as we watch Bob and Doug get buckled into their seats, I'm joined once again by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen to kind of walk through everybody what made Dragon a 21st century spacecraft. So first off, thanks for coming in today. I know you got to come in for a launch. That's always tough. Walk us through again kind of Dragon's life history. I mean, we have one in a clean room pretty soon right behind us. Walk us how we got to where we are today to have Bob and Doug climbing into that spacecraft.
Sure. So SpaceX was founded to make life more easy out there. That was why Elon started the company back in 2002. But also when he founded the company, we were a very small company for several years, and so we had to look for opportunities to, hey, how do you go from being a small company to actually putting people into orbit? So when NASA came out with the need to fly cargo to and from the International Space Station, we jumped on that. Because we said, hey, first, not only is carrying cargo to and from the space station cool, I bet we could actually then fly people to the International Space Station. And hey, for 8 years now we've been flying cargo, and then now we have transitioned over into flying crew and cargo together. So that's basically been the evolution of Dragon, and it's been awesome.
And I know when we see Falcon 9, we get to talk a lot about reusability. Everyone is very familiar with the first stage coming back down and how cool that looks. Dragon is also designed with some reusability. In fact, you've flown Dragon multiple times, or flown Dragons multiple times to the space station. How does reusability factor into Dragon's life cycle?
So I'll actually talk a little bit about both, because one thing I think everyone always thinks about reusability and, hey, it saves money or that's great, but reusability actually improves your reliability. So when we get Falcons back and when we get Dragons back, either after one mission or multiple missions, we can do all these detailed inspections on them. And that's super important because when you fly a vehicle, you can only have so many sensors on it. You can't put a sensor, every single inch of a rocket or a spacecraft.
And there's already way more than I think anybody realizes.
Exactly. But so, especially for rockets that wind up in the ocean, some people don't have any idea of what they actually went through. So the fact that we get all the hardware back, we were able to inspect literally every square inch of it and make small design changes that actually improve reliability for the whole fleet. So even though Bob and Doug are on a brand new rocket and a brand new spacecraft, those spacecraft are actually more reliable based on the knowledge we've learned from reusability.
We've walked people through a lot of the new systems on Dragon. What are just some of the cool things that are maybe beneath the surface that people don't know about with Dragon?
So I think one of the coolest things is the autonomous docking system. And what that is it's basically we have, GPS sensors on Dragon, but then we also have cameras and imaging sensors such as a LiDAR on basically the nose cone or the front part of Dragon as it's approaching the space station. And all these sensors are feeding data back to our flight computer to say, hey, how far away am I from the space station? What's my relative velocity to the space station? And then that feeds into the flight computer, which has algorithms written by our engineers to say, okay, based on how far away you are in your rates, here's how you fire the thrusters to most effectively get to the docking target. And I think that's just super cool.
Well, I mean, we're all waiting for our cars to drive ourselves to work, and with Bob and Doug, that's exactly what it's doing for them.
Exactly. And what I think is so cool is the computer does this just flawlessly. It's easy. When I tried to do it, I failed miserably. I tried to dock Dragon to the ISS 3 times, and I failed. The 4th time I got it. And I will tell the public out there that on our website, we actually have a Dragon ISS simulator, so you yourself can try and fire the thrusters and see how well you do. Maybe I'm just a bad driver, but I think the flight computer does a really good job.
I think we all had fun with it. All right, well, we are just starting here. They're going to start up those comm checks with Bob and Doug. Listen in.
CRP, loud and clear.
Again, we're just listening and they're doing these comm checks and communication checks. So Bob and Doug are going to do a series of these checkouts with the teams on the ground, both before here in Hawthorne and the launch director out in Florida. And they're going to be doing this over Dragon to ground ground. And they're also going to be doing it over the countdown net. Those are the two main loops or nets that you're going to hear going out. And they're going to be doing it through their different communications paths. We heard them do through the TDRS, or the tracking data and relay satellites. Those are those primary satellites that we're going to be used to talk to Bob and Doug throughout their flight and to send commands to Dragon. They'll also do it with ground stations. SpaceX has a worldwide network of ground stations that they're able to communicate with the vehicles. And that's what we'll be using to get video inside the cabin of Bob and Doug on their flight out. So if you tuned in the other day, one of the first things that they do once they get inside the vehicle is to make sure all the communication systems, the Dragon spacecraft, suits, everything are working and they're able to talk to and hear everybody on the ground. And just a reminder, you're hearing the core. Crew operations or software engineers. If you followed NASA missions in the past, that's the captain. That is the singular voice that's talking to the astronauts throughout their flight. And that's a specific space here in Hawthorne, California. And you'll also hear Dragon SpaceX contract.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. This contract complete. Stand by with contract with ND and LD.
Ay, iba pa yan!
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Contract.
Yeah, Isaac. SpaceX Jason, loud and clear.
Copy, loud and clear. Glad to have you guys on board. Stand by for contract on Dragon aground. Dragon, MD, Dragon aground, contract.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for contract with LD.
Dragon, launch director on countdown 1, comp check.
Good afternoon, Mike. Loud and clear.
I have you the same, and good afternoon. Stand by for my comp check on Dragon.
patay ka dyan, gago.
Dragon, SpaceX. Dragon ground, comp check.
GG ka dyan.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
I have you the same. Back to course.
Dragon SpaceX just concluded the configuration contract. Report when ready for seat rotation for section 2 of 4.10.
Dragon will put that work.
Copy.
Alright, so all those communications checks were done successfully, and you can even see it in its okay used right inside the cabin.
SpaceX Dragon 2.2, we are ready for seat rotation.
Copy. Report when insured.
But you can see Doug Hurley using his right hand as the talk button built into the seat itself. So just again showing you all of the different systems integrated into the seat. It's all just one big circle for this whole spacecraft. So really cool to get contract live. Jensen, thank you so much for joining us. This is a really cool update on the upgrades. Did you have any other cool stuff besides?
Pero hindi pa pwede mag-photo. As you guys can see, but we have the Dragon clean room here, and one of the cool things is it is right on the main floor of our main building. So thousands of employees walk by here all the time and get to see Dragon in its final processing order. On Wednesday, the Crew 1 capsule was in here. It looks almost done. It looks a little empty right now, but that's because that capsule went off into our separate test facility for its final propulsion test. So we test things there and we do that in a separate facility. And then the vehicle will come back here, get its final thermal protection system put on, and then it will ship off to Cape Canaveral and get ready to launch 4 astronauts to the International Space Station.
I mean, what's it like to see it? Because when you see the first initial pressure vessel, it looks nothing like the final vessel. It's just kind of watch it go through and just see the and then hanging out the whole space.
That's so amazing. I'm so impressed. When you look at a machine, you're like, how did this ever get built? How did people ever do this? And it really is step by step, one piece at a time. Each piece has its different function. You get to watch that get built right in front of your eyes every day when you're working, engineer, whatever you do.
Dragon trap.
Seat rotation is about to begin, so Jessica, thank you so much. Cool facts about Dragon for everyone to know. You can see the seats start to rotate. Pretty soon Bob and Doug will be in their launch configuration. Ready see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. Put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. Taking the G-force a little bit easier to occur on the way uphill, but most importantly, position those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX seats in the launch position.
Confirmation seats in the launch position. Let's go down now to Gary in Mission Control Houston, where I know the entire JSC team is standing by and ready to see Dragon take flight. Over to you, Gary.
Great to see good comp checks from Bob and Doug, and the crew seats have been rotated into their launch position. So here in Houston, Flight Director Zen Scoville has pulled the space station flight controllers, and also says go for launch from the station side of it. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Chris Cassidy has preparations for Bob and Doug to arrive. He's got a chance to view some of the broadcast. Flight controllers here will monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us done at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to get us. So let's go to the social desk now to hear us.
Thanks, Gary. So glad to hear that polls are low, at least on your end, and just hoping this weather just works out good for today's launch. I mean, people online are on the edge of their seats. We just checked numbers, and we're up to 1.1 million viewers right now. That's almost double when we checked last time. And right now, we also have Columbia, South Carolina is leading the viewership, so interesting to see how that changes. Let's take a broader look at the conversation online with the United States. Now, this shows Launch American mentions by state over the past week, and we have California leading right now with the most mentions. I'm very surprised. I really thought the Space Coast would take it home, but let's see how this changes over the course of the broadcast. And with that, let's see what y'all are posting online. Guys, I mean, check out these outfits. Absolutely love it. Love to just see how people are making things creative for the launch and really making it their own, putting their personal touch on it. Let's take a look at another. Oh, we are back to the Launch America Heat mentions, so let's see how that changes over the course of this broadcast. But really fun to see those photos online. Oh, we have another space tech, guys. These do not get old, so please use hashtag Launch America on social media. Right now, it looks like we have Astronaut Boris, who is ready for his launch in the Crew Dragon. I love seeing the pet owners unite for this mission. So like I said, definitely use that hashtag. We will be looking for it during the show. Marie, what's the latest activity?
2 hours, 26 minutes, 47 seconds. From liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Gary Nestor, Doug Hurley, and Bob Behnken. We see them right now aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's been a very exciting day so far. The crew has been up since about 8 o'clock this morning as they prepare to head to the International Space Station as part of this Demo 2 mission for NASA.
And as we speak, the astronauts, as you saw, are inside Dragon and have completed their contract. So they're going to and now they are about to initiate their own super check to make sure that and in just a little bit, at about T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, could happen a little bit sooner though, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We will see the closeout team begin to close the side hatch in preparation for the flight. And that's going to be one of the key visual milestones on the timeline to liftoff. Now, we want to take you to a couple of special guests who have been joining us. They are with Daryl Nail at the OSU refueling location, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and also Kennedy Space Center Director Bob Cabana is here with Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hi, Marie. That's right. We're in the floor of the operations and support building here at the Kennedy Space Center with a nice view of Launch Complex 39. And as you mentioned, excited to have them both here. They are, of course, Bob Cabana, Director of the Kennedy Space Center, and Jim Bridenstine, Administrator for NASA. Gentlemen, thanks again for making the time to be here. Of course, the big story right now is the weather. Let's talk a little bit about that. We can see that the clouds building. You took part in a weather forecast. What do you know about the weather and the decision that was made to say, hey, let's give this another shot?
Yeah, so what got us last time was the activity in the atmosphere, and of course today there are in fact buildups. It doesn't look like there are thunderstorms at this time, but they are expected. The question is, when do those thunderstorms go away, and when those thunderstorms materialize, where are they located? We are predicting about a 50-50 chance of going time, but given the fact that we are in late May in Florida, we have to take every shot we can get. So it's not likely that in a couple of days we are hoping that the weather will hold up. We almost made it on Wednesday, and we're kind of better today than it was on Wednesday. So
I saw forecasters said the cruise is supposed to happen right around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so we're hoping that
launches at 3:22, clearing at the earliest 3 o'clock and the latest 3:30. So depending on when that happens, we'll either be go or no go. But again, we're going to take every shot.
Also watch out for downwind weather for potential rescue in case there were anything.
That's right. So we have these staging areas. When we go from the first stage to the second stage, that's a higher risk evolution. We want to make sure that in the case we have to exercise the launch abort at that point, that the weather is good. And of course, that's off the coast of North Carolina. The big thing there is, it's great that we have a launch abort capability. The challenge is that launch abort capability includes a parachute. And with parachutes, you've got to make sure that you've got the weather to come down. If there are thunderstorms or downbursts or high winds, that's problematic for the parachute system.
Right, suitcase as well, bouncing that capsule around the ocean. Bob, of course, you're an astronaut. You know what it's like to hit the reset button and do it all over again. Get into the spacecraft, get ready to go, only to be told, no, we're not going to go today. What's that like? And then tell me about the reset. Do you feel less anxious? Do you feel more comfortable the second time around?
You know, Daryl, first off, my last flight, we counted down to 18 seconds and didn't go. Man, if you get 18 seconds, you're ready. The key is, it's the training that we go through, all the repetition that we do. We practice everything, including scrubs. And just because you didn't launch doesn't mean you don't have something to do. So you got to go through those back-out procedures. It's all done very professionally. Then it was out of the vehicle and into the extra van, back to crew quarters. And we had a positive attitude. We got a good night's rest, and we went through it again. It's a matter of doing your job. And these guys are well prepared. It's all part of what we do.
When you stopped the time at 17 minutes, like you had it all just the 3 seconds, it was different.
And the truth is, the next night, actually everything went really better. The weather was bad the first time. I was kind of glad we scrubbed. And we scrubbed for an issue with the vehicles that they later slowed down. We wouldn't have enough across the rendezvous with the Russian functional cargo block. But, the next night,
It was just a perfectly smooth launch count. Everything just went like clockwork, and it set the stage for an awesome mission.
I think you told the press before you walked out, I think you were over there last night, we're going today. I'm wondering where's the source of that confidence coming from?
I just got a feeling, you gotta have a positive attitude. I watched a lot of weather down here supporting shuttle missions, and I'm hoping that those clouds over the I-95 corridor, the Indian River, keeps them west of us, and that stuff that's building offshore is far enough off that we can stay in an open window here.
Yes, that's a positive vibe going, and we appreciate that. Lindsay, you were down in the astronaut headquarters with your supermarket. You got a second chance. Tell us about that and how you today.
So again, they seem loose. They were loose last time. They're loose this time. They're definitely ready to go. They're excited. They've been wanting to go for a long time now. I'll tell you one thing that I thought was a little interesting is that Bob Behnken was making fun of Doug Hurley because on Doug's last flight, they scrubbed 5 times before launching on the 6th time. So Bob Behnken seems to think that Doug Hurley is the problem in this case. But to see them joking about that as they're getting suited up, ready to go, yes, they're ready also. And that's good to see because they're going to have to be on their game when they launch. Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken. Doug Hurley, incredible pilot. Bob Behnken, he had a PhD in your assessment, why are these guys? Well, this is a test and we've got great astronauts that are chemists. We have great astronauts that are botanists. We have really talented and diverse, very diverse astronaut corps in general. But this is a test flight. And for a test flight, what do you want? You want a test pilot. For a living. They've made a living flying new things that have never been flown before. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the 2 people that you would want in a test flight. I'm your pilot too. To weigh in on Doug Hurley. He seems like he's got the right pilot. Smooth pilot.
He's an aviator, a pilot, a test pilot. I'm all in. He's a great guy.
And tell me a little bit about in terms of the tension state. So you've been here since 2007. 2008, sorry. 2011, you are. I grew up here. My dad was an actor, and that real stuff happened, and that's the day my uncle got the layoff, right? And it was 30, 60 days. It was just pressing out of the
Atlantis landed on a Thursday and Friday. 2,000 contractors got payslips and out the door. Yet they worked on that vehicle. That was the best vehicle we ever flew. The cleanest. That's the dedication of the workforce.
Speaking back to that time, you called it the special time. The fact that the photo program was something like that had now we're moving into this commercial field that you've overseen making that transition. Tell me about that 9 years in which we made that move.
Obviously, everybody was really attached to this. I mean, it was our history for 30 years. We did an awesome job. The Hubble Space Telescope, all the satellites that deployed, building the International Space Station. But when I first got here, I told everybody, we have to start preparing for our future. And what we want to do. But how many times in your life do you get to define what you want your future to be? And we set out on this bold goal of trying to turn KSC into a multi-user spaceport, supporting both government and commercial operations. And they got a very persistent team. They worked extremely hard, and through a number of agreements, we were able to make it happen. And this is the future. Commercial spaceflight. The administrators say this all the time. We want to establish a commercial environment in low Earth orbit so that we can focus on the hard job of exploring beyond our home planet, to establish that presence in our solar system beyond planet Earth, establish a sustained presence on the moon, get to Mars, establish a presence there. We can't do that if we're locked here in low Earth orbit. And commercial crew with both SpaceX and Boeing, that's the beginning of a full integration of spaceflight.
All right, very good. The question is that was a special guest back to the President of the United States, we took him around the first time. How did that go? I think I saw a picture on Twitter. space hardware.
That's right. So he took a look at the Orion crew capsule. Of course, the Orion for Artemis 1 is ready to go. And he signed a piece of hardware that will fly on the crew capsule for Artemis 2. So that's kind of, and not just him, but the First Lady and the Vice President, the Second Lady, they all signed it. So their names are going to fly around the moon on Artemis 2, which is exciting. But I just want to give Frank Cabana a compliment here, because he did bring this spaceport through a very difficult time. And now it is a multi-use spaceport. We do have commercial, and we have, in fact, even international launches here. Bob has done a wonderful job transforming this spaceport. That's why we're doing commercial. NASA for many customers. We want to have numerous providers that are competing on cost, driving down costs. Today, when I took this job, our budget at NASA was the budget request of President Trump gave us for next year $28 billion. We are in a great position because the President is committed to space exploration, is committed to resources. We haven't had this much space. And we've got 5 furnaces. Everybody wants to see the Artemis program. Everybody wants to see we're going to get to
for an international space station mission, training around the world on all the different modules and everything. You know, it's like 2.5 years of training before you get on orbit for that time to actually do your work. So the hardest part is the preparation for it. If you are still prepared when you're there, you just have total confidence. You know that you are very well trained for what you're going to do. You have ground supporting you. That is so important to have that ground support as you climb into that vehicle. You know that they've done their very best to ensure your safety and a successful mission. But after that, it's a piece of cake. Except no simulator on Earth can prepare you for what those guys are going to feel. It's better than a cat shut off an aircraft carrier.
I believe it. Maybe one day I'll get to try. Commercialization effort means we want everybody to be able to fly into space. That's the goal.
Great point about preparation, because that's not the highly difficult part. The launch is, and so it's good to know that all that preparation leads to that. By the way, just an update on operations. They're getting ready to close the hatch doors. You can see workers are getting ready to get that closed, and working on that right there with Doug Willie and Bob Binkin on the inside of Crew Dragon. Our next question is from Mathis on Twitter, and he asks, what kind of operations will the astronauts do between the liftoff and docking with the International Space Station? I know you pay a lot of attention, Jim, to the operations, especially of this mission. What do you know about that?
So there's a number of things. The first thing that they have to do is, of course, we've got a number of burns to get in phase with the International Space Station. We've got some boost burns as well. We're talking about operating the rocket engine to get in alignment with the space station. But I'll tell you, the biggest thing that we need the astronauts to do once they get on orbit and before they dock is rest. We need them to eat, we need them to rest, we need them to be prepared for that docking. Once they are in the range of the International Space Station, they're going to start maneuvering the spacecraft themselves. Not automatic, but they're going to do it themselves. They are in fact test pilots, and as test pilots they will test fly this vehicle to make sure that it operates as advertised. And of course then they will dock with the International Space Station. And a unique capability here is it's automatic rendezvous and automatic docking. So we're going to be able to see that.
That's going to be and with us, Jim Bridenstine, Administrator of NASA, Bob Cabana, Director of Kennedy Space Center. Thank you both for joining us. And we're going to send it back to Marie in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl and Mr. Bridenstine and Mr. O'Bannon for joining us. You can see some clouds starting to gather over the complex. Keeping a close eye on weather. Again, 50% chance of launching today. We just got to see what the weather's going to do. A little bit ago, we heard the crew complete their comm checks live on the air. We saw their seats rotate to help get them into a little bit more comfortable position for the G-forces during launch, and more importantly, it helps them be in a better position to interact with the screens in front of them. They completed their suit leak checks. We saw during the interview just a few minutes ago the hatch began to close, and so inside the white room there, the pad closeout team is in there still doing some work. That hatch closes. You know, it's not as simple as just closing a car door. There's a process to seal it, and check it, and make sure that everything is sealed properly. Right, Lauren?
Yeah, that's correct. If they haven't already started, one thing that will be coming up next is the leak check. The alternative will attach a super graphic right now, so looks like it hasn't started yet. Ah, there it is. You can see it there. The number 5 is already attached to the side hatch mechanism, and what they'll do is they're essentially checking for the leak rate, and they'll hold pressure there for a few minutes and then track that pressure over time, making sure that you don't have any issues with those O-rings there that's holding the pressure. And so once they complete that leak check, they will then do what is the installation of the final installation of the S pressure, side pressure equalization. Basically a plug that once the cap is flattened down, what you'll do is actually remove that, and what it does is equalize the pressure across the hatch. So once that thing is plugged in, you know that everything is super tight and that you shouldn't have any leaks on the lid.
One of the other things that I think is pretty cool about Dragon, you can kind of see them on the edges there are some of the windows. And I know that Dragon started out as cargo Dragon. You have the cargo version, and before you moved on to the Dragon version, you even have windows. Why that was?
Yeah, the very first cargo Dragon that we ever had, had a window in the hatch. What that is, all we needed was the Dragon to ultimately basically so even though we went for the very first one, didn't even really carry much cargo, we put that window there, and it was to us all along, taking that we started off with the CRS program, resupplying the space station with experiments and supervision for the astronauts on board, to now put putting NASA's astronauts in a vehicle that NASA progression.
And Leland, what's your take on the touchscreen technology? We saw a little bit about that. Obviously, this is a very different kind of look than what we saw
valves and switches, and I think this new technology will allow us to get through procedures much more faster, because we had paperwork data files, we had to turn to different pages and different things, and I think this would make it much more efficient to go through malfunctions and I think having the gloves, being able to touch the screens and the gloves, everything's kind of sleek and efficient. There's not a lot of wires and things hanging off, and their new boards, you can see their new boards on the left piece, so that's for some extra developments and things. There's some commentary.
And we just heard confirmation on the leaks that the hatch is closed, so that is a little bit ahead of schedule.
Today, so we are proceeding into the town. We are going to take a look at both pad and descent track weather at T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, and the next decision point prior to proper.
Okay, we copy.
And on the vehicle health front, both Falcon and Dragon Health remain nominal with no items.
So we just heard the weather is still iffy.
Thank you.
Weather is still iffy.
With the posting guard 3, report when ready for contract option operation.
We are ready for the F9 upgrade.
So when we hear that chatter pick back up, we're going to quiet that down. You've been listening to that along with us. So we just heard them discussing weather briefly, still keeping an eye on that. But the next decision point is going to be before prop load. So we're going to press forward for now and then reevaluate before they start doing the prop load. But in the meantime, it sounds like Falcon 9 and Blue Dragon are healthy, so the vehicle's in good shape. Right? It sounds like a little bit of a repeat from Wednesday that we're just keeping an eye on the weather at this point.
You can see on their left leg, or yeah,
SpaceX contract with F9, you can expect it about 1
Dragon's ready.
right on their left leg there, they have these satchels that are strapped to their legs. Inside are those tablets are inside.
Oh, they're inside.
Yes.
Okay. When did they pull those tablets out to use?
During the mission. Yeah, well,
And I don't know if it's coming, if the background noise is coming through over the air, but we hear the rain really picking up outside the studio too. So kind of wondering if Bob's got any sound coming up over the pad. Looks like it's still kind of patchy out there. But again, we were following some thunderstorms that look like they may be making their way over here. It kind of looks like it's coming from that view. It's a little bit hard to tell.
Right, March is now 2 hours away. Kira, you are there with the closer things. Now that the hatch is closed and the rain's picking up and all kinds of crazy things are going on right now as we count down and get into the last 2 hours of the time, I bet things are getting pretty interesting on social media.
Hey Lauren, I mean, yes they are. So many different things are going on right now, and I think people online are just wondering what's going to happen with today's mission. I have TweetDeck open right now. It is just rolling with the conversation with people around the nation talking about today's launch attempt. We also just checked viewership, and we are now up to 1.4 million people watching this live broadcast, so really hope things look good with weather. And on that note, let's take a look at some of the things being said on Twitter right now. So it looks like, we just have some more future astronauts. I really love seeing the young generation getting mobilized, getting excited about today's mission. Looks like we've also got some Godspeed and safe travels for both astronauts today. Really do wish them the best of luck on the second attempt. Hope it happens. Some throwback photos, all from people visiting NASA's centers, and also just let's do this. I love the can-do attitude, and I just love seeing that people are still keeping the energy alive. So, obviously, some disappointing reactions to Wednesday's prep, but let's take a look at how people are getting excited for today's event. Let's go.
Ready for takeoff. Ready? Launch a break.
Pwede mo kasi kunwari, ibabagsak mo yan. Ano yung na-atake?
I mean, how fun is that video? I think I will definitely have to attempt the worm after this. But just really glad to see everyone in good spirits leading into today's second launch of him. And I really hope everybody will smile about. And with that, let's head back to Lauren.
Nice to hear it. It looks like people are pretty stoked about today's event. Please continue to join the conversation by using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica across all the social media channels.
Yeah, I really love seeing the little kids get excited. I know my 3-year-old is super excited. She's got an astronaut sleeping bag and she loves to climb in it. Yeah, it's the body of the bag is a spacesuit, and then the head is empty where the pillow is. So when she gets inside, it looks like she's got a spacesuit on. So she loves it.
That's the inspiration for that next generation of explorers going to take Doug and Bob's place one day. And I think we have some people out there that are so interested in our conversation about the worm and the meatball that they give what we call the worm ball.
Yeah, I was checking my email during that because you're like, I emailed you guys the worm ball, and I was like, what is this? I'm having a hard time seeing it, but what is the worm ball?
So it's a NASA meatball, which is, what it should be. Okay, look at it. There it is.
All right, thank you. I need visuals.
So they took the angular NASA logo and put in the worm inside of the meatball. Can you live with that, Lauren?
You know what? That's a beautiful compromise. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's a nice marriage of the two.
I love you, man.
Truth. And there is another live look at Launch Complex 39A, and we have had the opportunity to share with you a lot about the SpaceX Crew Dragon sitting on top of Falcon 9, a lot about the crew themselves, and the significance of today as the official return, we hope, of human launch capability to American shores. But we would be remiss if we did not explain why this pad 39A is hallowed ground.
We're go. Same tight. We're go.
Many of NASA's storied missions began their daring journey from the exact same spot on Earth. Launch
Mamaya pala
Complex
sa
39A
summer.
at the
Dito daw sa desert lang.
This massive structure of steel and concrete has cradled rockets and guided each on their fiery ascent to space for over 50 years. There can be no
Kasi mamaya
launch
sa summer
without
lang
launch.
nasa
And this hallowed ground has a history greater than any other. Having evolved and been
Pag
reshaped
nasa
for each
desert
new
ka.
era of space flight, it's alive with a heartbeat as strong as the first. Launchpad 39A came to life under the direction of project engineer Harry May as NASA ramped up its efforts to achieve an unprecedented calling.
Why some say the moon? Why choose this as our moon? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain?
In 1962, Earth-moving machines sculpted its massive pyramid base to a height of 40 feet. Then, concrete was poured to hold it in place. To launch the world's first moon rocket, engineers cut a flame trench nearly the length of 2 football fields down the middle of the mound. It was then lined with heat-resistant bricks to deflect 7.5 million pounds of earth-rattling thrust. First felt on Apollo 8. Less than a year later, Apollo 11 launched from Pad 39A. And hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as it landed on the moon 3 days later. Nearly a decade after this Apollo era, 39A again took center stage with a new, one-of-a-kind spacecraft.
Kaso 60 damage lang yan, ha?
Billions of pounds of additional steel for service structures transformed the look. But not the purpose.
Ito hindi mo matitrigger doon.
Blasted off 39A. Until the very last. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. The final liftoff of this last. remove the shuttle era hardware, clear the way for NASA's monumental decision to lease this historic launch site to the private company SpaceX. Today, its new and modern design supports a family of rockets that has advanced the commercial age of American spaceflight. Now, 50 years after the first set humans to the moon, this historic spaceport stands ready for the next wave of human exploration.
And we're looking live again at pad 39A. We're looking at the pad closeout. Identify the white yellow there. Being closed just a few minutes ago. So again, things are moving ahead of schedule. When I say ahead of schedule, I don't mean the launch time is changing. I just mean some of the specific milestones in the timeline. Those times are a little bit flexible, but that launch window remains instantaneous at 3:20. And Leland, we just saw a piece about the history of pad 39A.
All stations keep in near and countdown one for contact with the crew.
We're going to pause for that contact.
Falcon 9, guiding navigation and control.
Dragon GMT on countdown 1, contact.
GMT Dragon, we have your last clear.
GMT out of here.
Dragon off on countdown 1, contact. Props, Dragon, loud and clear. Prop, loud and clear, stand by for contact. Keep me on it, engineer.
Dragon, keep me on it, countdown 1.
Avionics, Dragon, loud and clear.
Avionics, loud and clear, stand by for contact.
Ground segment, Dragon, loud and clear. Dragon, launch control, countdown 1. Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear. Launch control, loud and clear.
Narinig mo na dapat sa inyo.
Dragon, Chief Engineer, countdown 1, contact. Chief Engineer, Dragon, we got you loud and clear, following. Chief Engineer, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering contact.
Thumbs up from Doug Hurley. We listened to a series of comms checks there, and so everything.
Chief Engineer on deck. Loud and clear on ground to ground. Loud and clear. No question. Let's keep the range.
Sentiment is shared by all here.
Copy that.
So Bob and Doug, along with the launch
Kaya
team,
pala
all
yung ba
over the rest of America, hoping the rain clears up here. But as far as comms checks go, everything sounded pretty normal, pretty nominal there. So we're just waiting on the weather to clear up. But again, there's a live look at Launch Complex 39A, the site of 82 space shuttle missions where they began. Of course, Apollo, first mission to the moon, Apollo 11 lifted off on 39A. And Leland, you were just 5 years old when that happened. Take us back there.
Well, Lee and Lauren, I was 5, and I was the antenna engineer during the broadcast. I was the kid standing behind the black and white Sylvania television, holding the rabbit ears, and my dad said, "Move to the left, move to the right." And I was trying to look around the television and see what was going on, but he said, "No, don't move, stay there." So I never actually saw the land on the moon, universe watching the moon. And the next day, all the friends I came from the community Momentous Plane. I said no. I didn't see it. I want to be Arthur Ashe. Arthur Ashe playing sci-fi. And so it wasn't about like a NASA. Working as an engineer at NASA Landers. A friend of mine said, "You'd be a great astronaut." And I'm public laugher. And I didn't fill the application out. So another friend of mine got in and told us tomorrow. And I said, if he can become an astronaut, I can become one. So I applied to make it and got it in 1998. And I think about this again, storied legacy at 39A. I was there in 2008 to 2009. Space Shuttle Atlantis, the last one that came in the stars, and the rest of the school. It's just an amazing time to see this new era with Lauren, your SpaceX Crew Dragon. I've got a million stories. A million stories.
It's so cool that you have a lot of these kids that are watching today who have never seen a flight, a human flight from KFC. And it's a good first time. And I'm trying to think back, I grew up in the shuttle era, and I grew up in Los Angeles, and I remember the time when the shuttle was landed at the airport. It was sonic boom. We did the double sonic boom in school, and we all just knew, oh, that's the space shuttle. It was just a fish. We knew about that. And it was sad because I generation of kids who didn't grow up with that experience. And I'm just so proud that, today, hopefully, we get to provide that for kids and hopefully having more and more of these monster systems that we can do. Hopefully never boring, but we can.
Do these types of things if they believe in themselves and give them the right tools that they can use to be STEM fields, and we have a very diverse group of people that feel working together to get fog and bug off safely, and I think more people that see this type of diversity will have a chance to take it. I think that's
and we have an opportunity to hear from another really awesome role model, especially for the little girls in the audience. So we want to throw it over to Gary in Houston to talk to a very special astronaut sitting by there. Hi, Gary.
I have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the space station, Christina Cook. Christina, thank you for joining us.
It is great to be with you today.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station. And you've been one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch after so much history already?
You're right, so much history indeed, and it's just been great to watch it all unfold. I think for me, the most exciting thing is how NASA is not only innovating in what we do, exploring the universe, pushing the boundaries, getting knowledge on the space station, bringing it back to Earth for another 12 years. So inspiring. We're innovating. And what that means is that even the private sector is bringing the commercial space economy to low Earth orbit. Space station is going to be more accessible and more innovative, and pushing off in the era of space exploration.
You hold the record for the longest single stay by a female astronaut in space.
Well, it is truly a privilege every single day. I have to say it's a really cool thing to look down on the Earth and to be able to kind of contribute to the space program that you yourself have held in such high regard your entire life. I would say that the biggest
Hanap kayo ibang team.
private companies. How does it help you in your job in space?
You know, I think one concept that we have in NASA for safety and to mitigate risk is called water redundancy. And here now, we're bringing up a full second way of getting to the International Space Station.
Kill that 30. May isa na ako dun sa chest. Tapos may isa pang ako.
How much science we can do on board the space station by twofold. We're increasing how we, our options for getting items up, storage items, supplies, provisions, science experiments. So we're really just banking on the extra redundancy to make the program that much more robust.
We're watching Bob and Doug go through the final phases of preparing for this launch. What's going through your mind so close to liftoff?
Oh, it is such a great day indeed. You know, it's interesting because I think it's not so much what is going through your mind, but what's not going through your mind. You know, you're not thinking about all the things that could go wrong. You're thinking about enabling success by doing what you've been trained to do. One of the things we have is that on launch day, astronauts are sometimes the most calm people in the room. I find that to be true on my launch day too. I think it's kind of this clear culmination of everything you've learned, everything you've dreamed of, and you know that it's coming together in that day, and that you're going to finally do what you're prepared to do, execute the mission, and it just fills you with a sense of calm and readiness.
NASA astronaut Christina, so it's always an honor to hear from you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
But once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy will be ready to welcome them on board. So in anticipation of the launch, he had this message for them.
Hello, everyone. I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining me. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly two different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Pakistan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching America from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Tippett launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle. With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess. 30 years later,
kanina na-encounter nila yung boss ng sa akin. Bigla nagsuhukay.
Today, waiting for Bob.
Basta maghuhukay siya. Tapos pwede siya sa base mo kasi sira yung mga tatamaan ng hukay.
And this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next mission. In a few years, the first Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window, along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And there again is a live look at Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 58 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley strapped inside. We can see some raindrops on the screen there. Looks like rain coming down at the pad, but we're still monitoring weather, and it sounds like there's going to be another decision point before they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is scheduled to happen at about T-minus 35 minutes. So we just heard a little bit about where they're headed. If the weather cooperates today to the International Space Station. Leland, you've been there twice, and I know just from what you've told us, it's this Leviathan in space, and the site of so much important work.
Chris Cassidy is up there floating in the Columbus laboratory that I installed, or our team of us installed on STS-122. And I think about, using this robotic arm that was made in Canada. The European Space Agency built the Columbus laboratory, and my job was to use that arm and attach it to the International Space Station. And as it was getting closer and closer, the motion just stopped. And I'm like, what is going on? And there are 4 ready-to-latch indicators that have a very slight spring that I was moving so slowly with the hand controller, that spring force stalled out. Peggy Whitson was behind me and she said, Leland,
Go ahead, sir.
Hey Doug, we're still waiting for a weather update expected at 8 therefore the next assessment will be closer than the time. We are currently no-go on launch weather, but we are showing an expected time
Ito.
18:30.
Sa 3 o'clock natin.
Okay, copy all. Thanks for the update.
Ulit akong gear sa tumbleweed. Dali, 4 na gear.
So we just heard if they were to launch right now, the weather would be no-go. However, it sounds like there may be an opportunity if the weather clears, as it sounds like they expect it may. So again, we're gonna keep listening as we continue talking. If we start to hear any kind of chatter, especially if it's about the weather, we're gonna do our best to quiet down so that we don't step on that and everyone can hear it along with us. But Leland, you were just talking about the work on station, and Peggy Whitson was getting ready to tell you something.
Well, so the Columbus laboratory is stalled out. It's about to be attached. And there are 10,000 people waiting. Their job security depended on me installing this thing properly. And Peggy said, Leland,
Ganda ng bagong
and all 4 ready-to-latch indicators went green. And I was like, yes! And that was our primary mission objective. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Peggy invited us over for dinner in the Russian segment, and we had this meal with people from all over the world: Russian, German, French, African American, Asian American. This diversity that we talked about earlier. We're up here breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour while listening to Sade's Smooth Operator. It blew my mind. It was Smooth Operator, right? I know.
Wow, she knows now.
And Dan Tani actually changed the song to Smooth Operator to Arm Operator. So you see Arm Operator.
Love it. And Leland, you actually, we were in another taped segment when you got a text from Drew Foystel. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, Drew Foystel, his good friend, just sent me a text saying that the families say hello to all who are watching and thank the nation and the world for their support and interest. And Chris Ferguson just actually sent me a text. He was the commander on STS-135 and one of my classmates in the 1998 class, and he says, way to go, Godspeed on Crew Dragon.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those words of support. Thank you guys for watching. Everybody following along at home. I mean, the COVID-19 situation has been just a tough time for people stuck inside, homeschooling their kids, still trying to do their jobs, and so it's really cool to be able to watch this happening. And we see the CAD closeout team. It looks like they are getting ready, or they've left the white room and they've already come down the free access arm, so they are getting ready to leave the pad now. And we are going to go now to the operations and support building. Daryl Nail is standing by with NASA's Chief of Staff to talk to us a little bit about some of NASA's ambitions beyond the International Space Station and its work with the Commercial Crew Program. Daryl?
That's right. We're here in the mission briefing room at the common operations and support building here, where there's a lot of important people that are gathering to watch the launch here. And one of those people that is important is Dave Sherman, NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Daryl.
You got kind of the insight of what's coming down the pipe here at NASA. So, of course, today is Commercial Crew, focused on that, seeding the commercial market. But what's off in the horizon for NASA?
Well, I'll just tell you, it's an incredibly exciting time to be at NASA, and you know this. I mean, you're here every day. But whenever you think about what we're doing with Commercial Crew, in the horizon in July, we're launching Mars Perseverance, which is just going to be an incredible thing for us. you look at the end of this year, you know, SLS, the largest rocket in the world, is going through testing right now, going through green run testing, and we're hoping maybe by the end of the year we could even get it right out here to the Cape, which would be just an incredible achievement for our team. So there is no shortage of things to be excited about at NASA right now.
And it feels like everything is really starting to happen here recently with everything that you just mentioned. And if we get that first Artemis launch, that could be right around the corner as well.
You know, we're looking at, I think, late 2021 is what we're looking for. And so you think about SLS potentially moving from the green run to the Cape. You got Orion finishing up its last little bit of testing. It moved from Plumbrook earlier this year, our station up there in Ohio, down to KSC. So we're looking at checking it out throughout next year, and hopefully we'll have the first integrated flight of SLS and Orion at the end of 2021. And I'm telling you, that is going to be a moment.
That will be exciting. There'll be a thunderous boom right here at Kennedy Space Center. So with Mars as the goal, how does all of this get to that?
You know, and I think that's what's so important about the Artemis program, right? Our long-term vision is to get to Mars, but you know, when you think about Artemis, everything that we're doing at the moon is helping us learn, prove out capabilities and technologies, work through the right mission durations, understand how we utilize the resources of the moon to go further onto Mars. So the technology, the science, the exploration, architecture that we're putting together, each and every piece of it is helping us learn a little bit more, prove out a little bit more, so we can take that next giant leap to Mars. And so everything that we're doing at the moon helps prepare us to move on to Mars.
What about the activity in low Earth orbit, like commercial crew, which is happening today? How does that help us for missions to the moon?
I think anytime you're launching humans, you're learning, right? And you're taking what you've learned and you're moving it forward to the next mission. But I think it's really about the business case. If you think about what commercial crew is, it's NASA moving from owning and operating hardware to buying a service, right? And if you remember, just a few weeks ago, and we awarded 3 contracts on a human landing system to commercial companies. And so we're hoping that we move to a day where we're actually buying a service to get our astronauts back and forth to the moon. So actually enabling the commercial market to go from low Earth orbit all the way out to lunar orbit. And so commercial crew is a great proving ground for that. Helps us prove out that business case, build those partnerships, and then we get a feed forward to the moon. So it means a lot. This means a lot as we move out.
And it's really exciting when you talk about the commercial aspect going to the moon and those partners. They're going to be studying those landers to see if they are viable for NASA?
Into a tremendous process of with the commercial providers and NASA engineers going through initial designs right now, looking at the capabilities that they've proposed, and then trying to make decisions on which landing system goes early in 2024, which landing systems are better prepared for sustainability out in the later 20s. And so that is going to be an ongoing process throughout this year and moving into next. So it's going to be really exciting to kind of see what comes out as, hey, this is the lander that's going to take the first woman and the next man to the moon in 2024.
Right, so different than the time of Apollo when we went to the moon, and that program ultimately came to an end. The idea here, though, is to try to create some sustainability.
I mean, sustainability, you can get to sustainability if you have reusability, right? And that's what we're seeing with commercial crew for sure. But whenever you think about our human landing system, you're looking at a system that we put out there at the moon once we get to sustainability, and it's going back and forth, taking multiple trips to the lunar surface, back up to Gateway, which you're familiar with, is kind of a smaller space station we're going to put in orbit around the moon. So we are building an architecture that's going to enable reusability at the moon. Apollo never had that. And so whenever we think about driving down costs, increasing access, reusability, sustainability are critical.
So you get to see everything from a very high level at NASA. What's it like for you personally, I'm curious, to be here at the Kennedy Space Center, to watch a launch and to just see this amazing facility where all of this activity happens?
I think sometimes people think since I work at NASA, I'm around this stuff all the time. I'm not, right? I don't get to come down here nearly as often as I'd like. So it's just as exciting for me as it is for anybody else in this room. When you think about all the hard work that our team has put in to get us to this day, to actually come down and be a part of it with them, it's just overwhelming and incredible. So we're just a little bit excited.
All right, Dave Sheridan, NASA's Chief of Staff, we appreciate you joining us today, and we will if we're able to get back. We're going to toss this back now to
Joining us now is SpaceX's Lars Blackmore to discuss SpaceX's future ambitions to visit the Moon and Mars. Thanks for joining us again today for a second round. Could you tell us just a little bit about your background and what you do here at SpaceX?
Yeah, well, I'm in charge of entry and landing for Starship, which is before that, I worked for many years on the same thing, the Falcon. So hopefully they see another one of those landings on Starship.
Awesome. And speaking of that, what role does reusability play in getting people to the Moon and Mars?
It's really all about making human spaceflight affordable. And what we want is a 100% reusable rocket. Now, Falcon is only partially reusable, but Starship is going to be 100% reusable, and we've actually already started working with NASA on using Starship to send astronauts to the surface of the Moon for the first time since 1976. Not only that, Starship will be refuelable on orbit, and the combination of those two things will let us send people basically anywhere in the solar system with more payload for less money. And I think it will really be important. I think for the first time we can seriously talk about things like lunar bases, or what SpaceX cares about most, a self-sustaining civilization on Mars.
So what you're saying is I have an opportunity soon to get on board one of those spaceships. So speaking of reusability and landing, I know you mentioned Starship will be refuelable in orbit, but Falcon does come back and land back on Earth. What are the challenges with actually landing on the Moon and landing on a planet like Mars?
Yeah, well, you can't land like a plane because the Moon and Mars either have no atmosphere or have a very low atmosphere, and even if you could, there's no runway that someone could take. So that's one of the reasons that we do propulsive landing on Falcon, because we want to figure out how the fundamental architecture works on basically any planet. If you have no atmosphere like the Moon, a propulsive landing running away, you have a thick atmosphere like Earth, you let the atmosphere settle down and flow down and then still land and burn at the end. And the Mars, which has atmosphere, is a very thin one, you do something in between the two.
Yeah, that sounds really difficult, and I'm sure there's a lot of effort put into that. Can you tell us anything about what we're working on now to get us to a point where we can do a landing like that in such a harsh environment?
Yeah, so figuring out propulsive landing is really a key part of it, but what people may not realize is that every time we bring Falcon back, we do something called
All right, actually we have Lauren here. Now today, Disney opens up the doors for one day, allowing the general public to be able to visit AI like Mars. And as you showed today, really, really part of that. Imagine if every time you flew a plane from LA to New York, flew it away at the end of the flight. That would mean that because the airline travel would be really expensive, costing $20 million a flight. trying to do here with allowing not just the handful of scientists to be able to go to space, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of regular folks like me to be able to go to space. So, myself, when people like me have a chance to go, I know my dream is to land on Jupiter's moon Europa. Scientists believe that there is a liquid water source underneath the ice and that it has air out. And so I'm very excited to get up to the personal space station. Leland, what about you? Where would you go?
That's a pretty interesting destination. I think I would like to go to Mars. We've studied Mars so much and looked at it, and I think maybe having a Martian base with a dog bring the pups along. Because I think as we explore, we want to take our families, our cultures, our traditions, with us, and flying with Doug and Bob is cool, but having more people, the puppers, taking the puppers to space. I mean, they're not.
They look ready to go.
They are ready to go. We just needed maybe some SpaceX type suits for them. But it's that's what it's all about, exploration. Like the settlers going west, they took everything with them, and they started these new communities and these new traditions. And I think that's what we do with space travel. We start new traditions and communities and bring everyone together as one family. That's it.
We're here for it. And knowing that the opportunity to fly to space as a private citizen is really just right around the corner, we have a new poll question on Twitter for you. If given the opportunity to fly to the moon, now we're talking the moon, would you fly to the South Pole where no one has ever been, or would you go to the Apollo 11 landing site? So those are going to be some. And while there is not a ton of cargo on today's mission, Dragon is carrying two very special payloads, aside from Bob and Doug, of course. The first of those payloads is a series of custom art pieces entitled Time by Los Angeles artist Christian. These indestructible, double-sided paintings made from gold, brass, and aluminum celebrate how far humanity has come, as well as how far we still have to go. It includes a beautiful homage to the Saturn V rocket, as well as a nod to Bob and Doug's current ride to space. And you can find more images and information about these pieces on SpaceX's social media. Next, in the spirit of inspiring the next generation of explorers, we wanted to celebrate the class from kindergarten all the way to graduate school. So SpaceX and NASA invited students from around the world to take their photo to fly on America's first two space flights in the year of the decade. Each graduate photo was used to create a mosaic image of a beautiful planet Earth, which we printed and is now being flown aboard Bob and Doug's flight on the Blue Dragon spacecraft. We received nearly 100,000 photos. That's a ton, so thank you and congratulations. Yeah, I got a couple of family members and friends who submitted their photos, so they're super excited about seeing their faces go to space in that beautiful mosaic. That was really cool.
Experiences and bringing them forward to space. And I think regular people flying to space. I mean, SpaceX is going to be flying, non-government people, non-military people, but people that have a desire to explore and do new things and traditions off the planet, as we say.
Yeah, I mean, all this time since we had these investigations, it's been government astronauts performing the research because we're the only ones we've been able to send, right? But I mean, sure.
But it's really the Billionaire Boys Club, That's what Corell talks about. It costs so much money to space, and I think that price point will come down as we make this more amenable for everyday people.
Absolutely.
Musicians, tell the story of what they've seen out there in a way that really connects to people down on Earth, so they can inspire to go. Now, following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we all have that opportunity to gain the orbital perspective and explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch an American vehicle on the decade. The SpaceX team is hiking try to speak for all of us, which is impossible, but I will say it has been an absolute honor to have the opportunity today to have the stage shoulder to shoulder with support our trust into over the years with our partners at NASA. And it's just deeply humbling to know that the agency and that Bob and Doug have entrusted us with this critical mission. The responsibility that's on our shoulders is huge, and we're just so grateful to be here today.
Absolutely, and I know that, you know, our NASA team really share in that sentiment. We heard from just a handful of them earlier when Bob and Doug were riding out to the launch pad, but there's so many people that we're probably never going to see or hear from on the public stage, but that have poured their hearts and souls, as you said, into this mission. All the engineers have late hours checking, checking, triple checking everything to troubleshoot and solve problems and get us to this point. So it's just really awesome that we've taken to this point.
When you think about legacy, Katherine Johnson helped get John Glenn to space. Her daughters are watching right now, and that again, that legacy going forward to the future of space travel.
And we heard from two icons of science and exploration on Wednesday, and we couldn't resist sharing these shout-outs with you one more time.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I'm there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching. You've got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safe.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Trinity, more rockets, more people in space, more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team and the crew especially a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
Celebrations here from William Shatner and Bill Nye, two very recognizable faces following along on the mission. And we want to go over to Dan and Jesse and Hawthorne, where we are now just 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch. Dan, Jesse?
Yeah, thanks, Marie. Yeah, 1 hour, 18 minutes. I think we're tying ourselves in knots, just like Captain Kirk. We're really hoping the weather cooperates. In about 20 minutes or so, we might clear. So we're getting hopes. We're getting our hopes up.
Yes. Very excited. Again, we're T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes from launch, and the anticipation is real over here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attached their seats to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communications link to driving systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the core here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking the compact ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites that will use to talk to the crew the entire range of the system.
And after all of those suit leak checks were successful, the closeout team was able to get out of the Dragon Capsule and seal up that hatch, which also got its own leak check and was confirmed successful. At this point, the closeout team is out of the path. They're waiting for BDA, the blast area, and weather operators are about to kick off their final checks on wind speeds of the pad during the final go-no-go for launch. So we're all keeping eyes on the weather. Before we get to that final go-no-go, the various teams, both NASA and SpaceX, just making sure conditions are right with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with the man over in Houston, Gary, for a status on the team supporting the space station for their readiness for launch.
Thanks, Dan. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. We're also very hopeful about that weather. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Chris Cassidy is wrapping up his workday and watching Bob and Doug's launch here. So station power and communication systems are normal. Engineers and networks used from the Dragon's approach have been checked out. The cabins, the station cabin's atmosphere, the pressure Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob the Duck.
All right, Gary, if you are just now joining us, maybe at a good time, we're just a little over an hour. Welcome to our coverage of mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. Tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range so far, we're just really keeping an eye on that weather. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Bankin, docked their SpaceX crew quarters up room. After that, they walked out of crew quarters, just as every astronaut flies this port has done since Apollo 7. Then they were transported over to the pad, where the crew members entered the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft that we're looking in live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011, with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have Bob and Doug on the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station tomorrow morning.
Today's mission is the culmination of years of work the final test for NASA certified SpaceX for regular flight to the space station.
We're hearing a little bit from the crew on board Dragon, which you can see on the right screen there. The crew has stepped into their seats and all the crew
About 30 minutes to 20 minutes before.
They're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on the display panel just above them, getting insight into all Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. So at T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes, let's check in with John I for a status update on the vehicles. What's the update, John?
Well, not much to add to what Dan and Jesse just brought up. We had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no issues as the pace begins to pick up here in the last 70 minutes. On Falcon 9, we did get the team on console. Earlier, you heard the comm checks between the responsible engineers and the crew. The engineers will be making calls on ascent for the crew's benefit, so they want to make sure that they can hear them before we go. Propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages are beginning right now. We're watching them begin to go through the process, opening valves. That check will go for about another 10 minutes, and that'll be our last one until propellant loading. Now the team will assess readiness for launch with a final go-no-go poll at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now earlier today, Dragon operators also performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight system. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Bankin, are currently inside Dragon. The hatch is closed. The SpaceX ground crew has left the tower. The next major event for Dragon is retracted two access points currently alongside the capsule. That'll happen somewhere between T-minus 45 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now the range is currently clear for launch from historic Tab 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. Weather, that's the one concern. We will get a weather brief at T-minus 1 hour, just under 12 minutes from now. Currently, the ground and upper altitude winds are good, so that's one thing that we can check is rain. At the current time, we did have some rain earlier that appears to have let up, but we are red on conditions for both the electric field and surface levels, and cumulus clouds. There is an expectation that a forecast will be coming up at about T-minus 1 hour also, may give us clearance of those conditions. So everything is focusing now on the weather briefs at T-minus 1 hour. Also, we should hope to hear about the final check on the asset. In Dragon had to abort on the way to space. The conditions there have been marginal, but the expectation that it would be good for launch. But we will get all of that coming up here very shortly prior to entering propellant load. Today we are aiming for a launch at 3:22:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or 19 hours, 22 minutes, 45 seconds Universal Time. Once we begin loading propellant, there's no opportunity to change to zero. So once propellant is loading, we're committed, and we'll get one chance at it today. But currently at T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds, everything except the weather is go for launch.
Thanks, John, for that detailed update. We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and just last year completed a test run of the mission. We're less than an hour from beginning here today.
That mission was the Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 1 was a really exciting moment, paved the way for today's mission to where we are today. And right now we're getting ready to fly U.S. astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As I mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 21 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 20 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with the Cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design of this new vehicle. It's fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but also features full manual override capability just in case of emergency.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall from the very bottom of the trunk to the very top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon is comprised of two main elements. You have the capsule, which is designed to hold crew and pressurized cargo, and then you have the trunk, which holds unpressurized cargo as well, just having a solar array and radiator.
The nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system as well as the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and that's unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability efforts.
Completely opposite the nose cone is that trunk. It has attachment points for Falcon 9, Dragon capsule, and it can hold cargo. On the very outside of the trunk, one half of it contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system into space. That's the white part. That uses SpaceX's new Helium technology. The other half contains the solar cells used to charge the spacecraft's batteries.
And though we only have 2 astronauts on board today, the spacecraft is actually designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats are made of carbon fiber and are custom sized for any crew member flying on board.
Control panel centered right between the pilot and the commander seats has those 3 touchscreen displays that gives the crew insight into Dragon and even the ability to operate the vehicle and fly it manually.
And finally, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
As we look to the future beyond this test flight, later this year, the first operational crew mission for NASA will take place. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins.
Hindi para na yung mga ano.
Good sign. That was the launch director getting ready to launch that go.
Ito yung important nyo.
About 45 minutes before launch. But back to our Crew 1 mission, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shannon Walker, and Suichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, were chosen to support this mission again.
Today, Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for this mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, which was the final space shuttle. Here's a closer look at Doug Hurley.
overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo 2 mission to the International Space Station. This will be the first time the Dragon had crew on board, so there's a myriad of objectives to achieve for this mission. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work. To be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station. It was really neat being part of it. You know, we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many of the people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard. I mean, through his entire life to get to where we are right now. This would be the dream to fly any vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his dream has come true.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all of the crew program as well as SpaceX in our case, just working to get to this.
Nakangain ng gamit yan. Naalala ko pa yung battery pin.
We're a little over 1 hour, 3.5 minutes away from launch. Now let's learn a little bit more about the man sitting next to Doug Hurley inside Dragon, NASA astronaut Bob.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the space station, International Space Station, learning new systems, having launched the missions on vehicles. You know, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and right now.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything your mom has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that she's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without our partners as that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for people. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from really my role in this mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicles that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team helping to share their experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this, now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate this new system. I want to thank the entire commercial crew program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles and launch pads ready to
Dalawang itlog. Kahit dalawa.
If we look even further into the not-so-distant future, flying on a mission to space will be an option for more people as SpaceX plans to also fly private astronauts on board Dragon. Earlier this year, SpaceX signed an agreement with the space tourism company SpaceX Ventures to to fly up to 4 passengers on an orbital trip aboard Dragon as early as next year. And of course, it's NASA that is making private astronaut missions to the space station a possibility. We are looking forward to these missions, and we hope that you guys are all too.
All right, we are just 20 seconds away from T-minus 1 hour. This is going to be a really big moment that everyone's going to want to listen to. We're expecting a weather update. Obviously, hoping that the weather is improving. And so we should find out in the next 10 minutes. So we're going to stand by for a moment and wait for the core to give Doug a call.
Kahit ano daw na nag-event pa kapoy. Oo nga eh. Pero patay-patay na.
Open it works.
Patay mo.
And that right there was a call for the crew to report us, so they proceeded to use the final checks. You can see them checking harnesses, making sure that they're strapped in and ready to go. Once they're done with that, they're ready to launch.
Hindi naman. Kailangan mo lang ito. Sumati yan.
SpaceX Dragon in 6.4. Bob and I are go for launch.
Copy, go for launch.
Di dapat.
Go to go for T-minus 45.
Mali na magkatabi yung fire sa kanya ng big fire.
Dragon out.
Paano ito charge?
Alright, crew is go for launch. We are inside of 1 hour. We're waiting for the weather update. But I mean, this day is one for the history. We're returning crewed launches to stations on American soil on American rockets. It's been almost 9 long years since we retired the space shuttle program. I remember that day. I remember this day. It's been a long road to get here. Countless hours, thousands of dedicated professionals from NASA and aerospace.
It's been an exciting week, but this last 5 hours just is so exciting right now. Today's mission will be Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. It's been an awesome countdown so far. Weather, we're still waiting for that update, so it's still a watch item, but the crew is here to launch, so at 2 hours 45 minutes, hopefully we'll get an update on that weather.
We've had a really clean countdown so far. Initial checkout, initial pressure leak check before they go to the actual walkout. All of that I-3 checkout facility. The crew walkout was where Bob and Doug gave their final goodbyes. Friends and family gathered outside the operations checkout building before they began that road. Really touching moment, saying goodbye to their family, both their wives and sons right in front of them.
Touching moment.
Incredible to be able to watch this.
As they got into their Teslas, we got to watch them ride all the way to the pad, and we got to meet them there. As you can see on the screen, this is some playback from earlier of them getting into the Teslas to make that drive down to the pad. Once they got to the pad, they did take a minute to take in the sights, and they headed to the fixed service structure to begin the process called crew ingress, where Bob and Doug entered. And there you can see on your screen as they're coming through the crew access arm, entering the white room right before they are able to ingress. Again, this is from earlier.
Yeah, this is all from earlier. As I said, that white room is the last place they're standing before the flight uphill. SpaceX carrying over a tradition NASA had that was traditionally Gemini, Apollo, and the space shuttle that last. About 30 minutes ago, we're back with some live video here. Bob and Doug stayed to the side. So we are under an hour ago. Things are going to pick up and get closer to that loading.
Ang ka na lang ang bato.
T-minus 60 minutes, and the Dragon pull for prop load is coming up here in just about 30 seconds at T-minus 55 minutes. And following that will be T-minus 45 minutes will be the internal mission control authoring pull, and then the launch director's pull for propellant loading. When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access will retract, and Bob and Deb will get the call to close their visors and on the launch escape system. This is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from their rockets, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride up hill.
And once we reach T-minus 35 minutes propellant loading, got there on Wednesday. We got all the way down to about 17 minutes before launch before we went into weather. Right now, have been improving. Onto that Falcon 9 rocket. Throughout the countdown, we've been getting some incredible views of the astronauts inside Dragon, just making all of their final preparations, closing views of their suits on their plates, strapped in and ready for launch. Also, to the extent of that Dragon spacecraft, we always think of it as a mini spacecraft inside of a spacecraft.
Countdown 1 technical goal is complete. No constraints to proceed into modifications of arming and personnel.
There's that call out that crew is ready. They are ready to load props onto Dragon and pushing forward towards T0. And while doing the freight, they are also engineered to connect directly into Dragon suits to provide communications, cooling, and the ability to push drive if necessary.
Alright, well, we did get the call out that ground launch escape arming and propellant loading are starting to pick up. Things really starting to feel real. Let's jump down real quick to the Mad Kennedy. See if you guys are excited. I can't sit still right now.
Yeah, it's hard to sit still in here, right, Lisa? I know. It's awesome when you see them sitting there in their seats. We're less than an hour away now. So far, so good. We might make it. So I want to ask you what it was like the last time we put on
Oh, that was February 2008. A little bit different than the SpaceX flight bus, but when I got into flying February 2008, so it's a long road to get there. Learning how to use much different. To go through that whole series of things that you have to do to make sure you're safe and secure. But you they're ready. They look so cool and calm and collected in their suits and their uniform.
There's so much excitement around the center. I know we were just getting some messages. You've got another message.
Yeah, Sunny Williams. Okay, so Sunny.
Sunny is awesome. She was one of the original cadres. She was one of the original four Bobby at the beginning of the program.
What is she wearing? The meatballs! She has a one.
Where we are inside an hour from the stop. Wednesday, we've got a little bit better odds. So there's the countdown clock.
Ayos pala yun, you know?
We're gonna pause to listen to that song.
Wala akong Flingomatic. May Flingomatic sa base.
Uy, merong ano.
Ay, pupunta ako ng ano, Vincent. Oo, kami automatic naman kayo.
And if you start to see any kind of update on weather or cold, we'll pause to listen into that.
May silent storm na! Yung mga lakad. Pero wala naman nababawas sa akin.
Dragon Captain, come on.
As a reminder, the control room will be closing doors here third telephone and the last minute bio break.
Hirap paglakad. Hirap kumuha na ng pang-express na yun. Design store. Okay, design store. Yung mga kalakad. Pag may nakagat ka dito pa ba? Pakis daw.
45 minutes and counting. Reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, greet CULD and will approve aborting launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control immediately aborts the launch auto sequence and proceeds to the launch abort auto sequence. Operators also advise launch trust for the structural breakage fire imminent or occurring. Dragging magnetic flight range. Reminder on fire alarm instruction. Again, at the fire alarm, the operator agrees to agree will remain in good place while the alarm is set. Event and personal safety threat. Evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which is directly outside. At this time, weather is go for launch.
You can see on the screen, inside T-minus 40, T-minus 45 seconds, crew active.
At the primary track testing.
Launch director is doing the final brief to crew.
Isang bababa dun, yung hunger.
Around the world. We'd like to know, this is your first time watching a launch live out of town America. If not, how many of you seen the launch? Tell us using the hashtag #BackAmerica from your favorite social media platform. With that, it's T-minus 42 minutes, 50 seconds, conditions are go, and we are counting down for an on-time launch. Let's send it back over to Kennedy Space Center as the action begins to pick up on the pad.
Dragon SpaceX, regular reception 7, localized.
Hindi ako makakalit sa day.
We will expect 7 and worth of fighters to the club.
My heart is beating 5 million beats per second, and so that 7 and 7.2 rivals our close for our launch.
That is something that puts them all the way to orbit. So when fueling starts at about T-minus 35 minutes, so just over 6 minutes, they will have the capability to report, to separate from Falcon 9 to the pad, or even after liftoff. That's a crucial safety. And we are going to go over to Hawthorne now to take us through the next 14 seconds.
Did you hear that call out that they are running the launch escape system? Very exciting. SpaceX has designed Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to be the safest system ever built. So we brought back Nick Capone, SpaceX's Nick Capone, to talk more about this then. Thanks for coming back and joining us today, Nick.
Hey Jesse, happy to be here.
Awesome. And Nick was our mission manager for our in-flight abort test earlier this year, and now works on the Starlink team. Nick, on Wednesday you talked about the launch escape system. Could you just give us a brief summary today for those that are joining today?
Sure. So the launch escape system again is our ultimate safety feature to keep Bob and Doug safe in the event of a major Falcon phenomenon. The system is designed to automatically fire either vehicles forecast a dangerous condition developing. If that happens, the Dragon will use its 8 Super Draco engines to push the capsule off the way a distance away from this Falcon. This capability is absolutely critical. This would keep the crew safe.
And as you mentioned, the launch escape system allows the Dragon to separate and get away from the vehicle. I believe it goes into the ocean. What happens after it lands safely in the ocean?
Correct. So for most of our failure modes, the successful end state is Dragon deploying parachutes, splashing down safely in the ocean. But since a launch escape can happen while the vehicle's on the pad or anywhere in sight under orbit, it could be splashing down right off the coast of Cape Canaveral. It could be splashing down thousands of miles away in the North Atlantic. If that happens, to make sure we can get to Bob and Doug as quickly as possible, the Space Force's 45th Space Wing, Task Force 45, has pararescue teams all around the world, ready to drop in and rescue Bob and Doug.
And you mentioned that the launch escape system will keep them safe all the way up to orbit. What other options are there after Dragon is in orbit?
Sure. So, for any reason, the International Space Station with several pre-planned return trajectories, which will bring the capsule down to a splashdown point close to shore, where NASA and SpaceX recovery forces will be waiting to recover. It'll look like an otherwise totally normal recovery operation, except for the early end of the mission. This operation is something we're doing in one of 2 identical crew recovery ships. We do that because the landing sites we want to maintain as much flexibility as possible. It could be changing weather conditions that bring down one site and leave the other one up. So we have those 2 identical ships, one in the Atlantic and one in the Gulf of Mexico. And our space operations team can redirect the spacecraft to go to whichever site is the safest option for the crew at that time.
And with the vehicle, in almost any scenario, it sounds like the vehicle will land into the ocean. And that's it may look like a gentle landing into the ocean, but it's pretty dynamic event happening. And you mentioned there are teams that are ready to go and rescue the vehicle. How do you prepare for something like that, especially with some of these scenarios that can happen?
Sure, so we're lucky to have had about a decade of recovery experience with Cargo Dragon 1 in our previous years in the International Space Station. That, along with our booster recovery mission, we've got a great team of recovery operators here with a lot of offshore experience with their spacecraft. The system, though, we took that experience, we built a new recovery ship, 2 identical recovery ships, I should say, which have a lot of those lessons learned baked into the design of that ship and the operations. These ships have medical facilities, an operational helipad, communications, power, propulsion to make sure they're robust and ready for anything we encounter offshore. We've also done tons of training exercises with SpaceX teams and NASA. As I mentioned earlier, practicing capsule recovery, emergency scenarios, and out of the capsule understood, as well as those helicopter evacuations taken on the landing pad. They're all staged and ready. Ready to call us.
Awesome. It sounds like Bob and Doug are in some really good hands and they're what occurs on the vehicle. So thank you, Nick, for joining us again for talking us through all of those details. And we're just as excited as we are for a launch coming up here very, very shortly now. So we're going to send it over to KFC right now.
Paano malayo? Paano nakarating yan dito kung malayo pa? Ano ba? Pupuntakin na naman.
The launch escape system is armed with
Tinatapit lang yan, promise. Yung mga na yun.
just a few miles down the road, what we call Dragon. And those propellants, they are in nature non-volatile hydrogen, which is the fuel that we use for hydrolysis. And NaCO, or nitrogen tetroxide, that's the oxide. It becomes
Patrick naman oh, ang lapit talaga nito, bumalik na naman.
You don't need that T-pad or a third thing to ignite, which is a hydraulic propellant. This is the fuel. The oxide, and as you just heard, propellant load has started on Falcon 9. Alright, so that bi-propellant system sees all of the engines on Dragon. So Dragon has 12 service section engines for 3H plus, 3, and those are used for on-orbit maneuvers for Dragon. There's also 4 additional vehicles that are underneath the nose of the large but the engines that we have 2 in each quad of the vehicle, 8 total. Those bigger engines with high fuel propellant those are what Living Dragon offers Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of emergency that requires us to get off the Falcon. Now, probably remember, let's see, Mercury, Apollo Soyuz, they have that big pointy tower on top. That's the launch escape system for those vehicles. It's actually just another rocket on top of the vehicle that only the vehicle costs. In the case of Dragon, our escape system is integrated into the vehicle. So that's one, just better from a one less thing you have to get into flight. But it also allows us to have escape capabilities from the pad before T0 all the way to the orbit. And so this is the very last way to use the station.
Ito, kitik sino ka? Lagyan lapit niya, tangin niya. Hanapin ko mo po.
Thanks, Lauren, and thanks for walking us through that, because it's really important to understand that critical safety. That's the point when we hear that launch arm. What that means is that in an instant, they can separate from
Alis kayo sa base! Alis kayo sa base!
under Dragon's parachute,
Yan na yung boss.
it was designed to do that.
Boss
So
yan.
now that fueling is underway, it's been about 2 minutes now, so they have that safety capability ready to go on standby in instant if they need it.
Ay, ito.
So we're going to go over to Hawthorne now for an operational update from John and John.
Stage 2, fuel, all flow rates tracking nominally.
Halika, gagawa ko ng thermic fire. Halika, lapit ka dito. Gago namatay siya.
Ito pa na lang din magpabuhay dun sa pinagbuhayan ko.
Tara, quit mo na tayo. Quit.
T-minus 32 minutes, counting down. These final minutes, everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch.
Ay, grabe.
Falcon 9 did begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes at plan. Now on the Falcon 9, we use a fuel and oxidizer as the propellants that power it. The fuel is commonly known as RP1. That's rocket propellant grade 1 kerosene. The oxidizer is densified liquid oxygen, also called blocks. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles. This allows for more oxygen to be loaded into the first and second stages. Now with the fuel and oxidizer on hand, we need an ignition source to complete that fire triangle.
Sige.
For this, Falcon 9 uses a fluid called T-tap. It ignites in the presence of oxygen and gives off a green-colored flame. Now it's hard to see on the first stage ignition due to the water that will be spraying on the pad, but you might just see the green flare as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation over 2.5 minutes of flight. Now currently first stage fuel tank is about 10% full. The first stage, as a reminder, as you look on the left side of your screens, the first stage is the long white cylinder at the bottom, topped off by the black cylinder, so over 2/3 of the rocket is that first stage. So the fuel tank is getting loaded. We're also loading the liquid oxygen into the first stage also.
pinupugot niya.
The second stage, which is the top one-third between the Dragon and the black cylinder, that's the white second stage. It's being loaded with fuel right now. That's about 8% loaded. Liquid oxygen loading is going to begin on second stage at T-minus 16 minutes 30 seconds. Liquid oxygen loading will continue on both stages all the way down to the last few minutes of the count. We're also loading helium into pressure vessels on the stages. That's used to pressurize tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out by the strong Merlin turbo pumps. On board the Dragon spacecraft, astronauts are monitoring systems while the propellant is loaded into Falcon 9. While we mentioned we had trained them with sounds that we had recorded on board. They've been through most of a propellant load, and they are now experiencing those sounds and vibrations.
Stage 1,
the
grab
range
helium
continues
when
to
started.
report no problems. They are go to support launch. Weather, the last of the red conditions cleared up about 15 minutes ago. Everything is marginal but acceptable on the weather. We'll continue to watch all the way through the countdown. Now, as a reminder, today we are now into an instantaneous launch window now that we've begun propellant loading. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, May 31st.
Thanks, John. For Demo 2, Bob and Doug's flight to station will take about 19 hours, and their journey is fairly similar to the trip our Cargo Dragon makes back and forth to the International Space Station, but with two noticeable differences, and that's docking and splashdown.
As we await T-minus 0 in just under 29 minutes from now, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure Dragon and Falcon 9 are both ready for liftoff. And we're continuing to get live views inside the capsule with Bob and Doug, and you're now also looking in firing room 4 down there at the Cape.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon make their ascent until the Falcon 9 first and second stage separates and sends Dragon on its way to the space station.
And at this point, mission operators will prepare Dragon for on-orbit operations, where the vehicle will execute a series of burns that gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the space station, as you can see in this animation. And just after putting Dragon into the same orbital plane as the station, the teams will get ready for Dragon's approach and docking maneuvers.
The next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. And this is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which use a process called berthing. Berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously with no crew on board the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism, same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules on the station together. A little bit slower of a process, but the hatches are significantly larger than the docking ports, which makes them perfect for bringing up those really big cargo items.
Dragon will spend up to 120 days docked before preparing to return home. Following successful completion of Dragon's test objectives and cargo loading operations, the crew will close the cabin, perform final system checks, and configure the vehicle for undocking. Once the automated undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will complete 2 departure burns using its Draco engines, pushing it away from the space station.
And then next up on the trip, deorbit entry and landing, or splashdown, which is going to cover all the operations following that final departure maneuver. That's going to include events like the trunk separation, closing of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, and then eventually as they get into the atmosphere, the deployment of the drogue and the main parachutes, and all of that ends with splashdown right off the Florida coast. At that point, teams from SpaceX will move in with their recovery ship, grab the capsule out of the water, and work to get Bob and Doug out of Dragon after a successful mission in space. So we are 26 minutes away from launch. Fueling of Falcon 9 is continuing. Let's check in one more time down with the team at Kennedy. Murray?
All right, thanks, Dan. We are so pumped right now because things have cleared up and it looks like we might actually do this today. If you're just joining us, we are now 25 minutes, 46 seconds and counting from the first launch of astronauts to the International Space Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. This will mark the beginning of a new era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. And we want to share with you the results of a poll we asked a little earlier. If you could go to the moon, now it's not where the astronauts are going today, they're going to the space station, but if you could go to the moon, would you rather visit the South Pole, where no one has been before, or the Apollo 11 landing site? And it was a pretty even split. We had 46% of you say you would go to the moon's South Pole, and 54% of you would go to the Apollo 11 landing site. I kind of side with the Apollo 11 landing site because I'm a history buff and I want to see where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin set foot. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Lauren, which place would you go?
I'm with you on that one. And I would love to go see that flag there and those footsteps, those footprints there. Still be there, right? There's no window there.
Still be there. Leland, how about you?
I think I'm with both of you because it's just like, the meatball, the classic.
Yeah.
Going to the classic spot, and that's where all of it started. That's where all that inspiration came, even though I was an antenna engineer not seeing it. But besides that, that's history.
And hopefully maybe it wouldn't have to be one or the other.
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're going to learn more from going where we've never been before.
Exactly.
And so we need to go to the South Pole too. And we are thrilled to see all of you following along online. Thank you for answering our poll. And we're going to go over to Tahira, who's been monitoring all the action with less than 25 minutes to go. Tahira, I'm sure things are heating up online.
Hey Marie, I mean, you're completely right. Now that we have that go for launch, people are on the edge of their seat right now waiting on this historic moment to take flight. As you can see, photos are still coming in of just everyone around the country showing their excitement for this launch. And it's really been a touching thing to see how everyone's kept this excitement going from Wednesday's first attempt. So we just took a look at numbers, and we are now over 3 million people tuning in for this historic launch. And so for me personally, I just want to wish Bob and Doug the best of luck. This will be my own first time watching humans lift off to space from the United States, and it's just going to be a super emotional moment. For that, Marie, back to you at Kennedy for these last minutes before launch.
All right, thanks, Tahira. And Leland, we got 23 minutes and some change to go. What do you think Bob and Doug are feeling right now?
I think, they're very calm, cool, and collected as test pilots, but I think they're thinking about what are the steps that I have to take if a malfunction or something happens. So the nominal stuff is all kind of automated, but if something happens where they have to intervene with those touch screens, that's what they're thinking.
Mm-hmm. And we're just inside 23 minutes now. So on Wednesday, we were 5 minutes further in the countdown when we heard that call to scrub, and the weather was still very touch and go at this point on Wednesday. But today, it at least for right now, I don't want to jinx it. I'm afraid to even say it out loud, but it looks better today.
Yeah, and it feels like I'm feeling it a lot more than I did on Wednesday. Right. And speaking of Bob and Doug and them being really calm and cool and collected, having had the opportunity to be in meetings with them and to watch them train, I have to say, and to all of my friends who work with them every single day, the feedback is always just what great people they are.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And just how not just bright and sharp they are, but just good people.
Right.
And around the office, we often refer to them as the dads.
The dads?
They're the dads. They're dads. They are dads, and we've met their families. And when you see people on that very personal level, it starts to mean so much. They are a part of our team. They're not a customer. They're our team. They're not a payload. They're our team. They're our family. And so we're just so excited to see the dads up there today.
Go dads!
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go send it over to Gary for an update from Houston.
Yo.
Gary.
All right.
Add kita sa stream. Wait lang.
Hey Marie, the space team here is focused. All eyes are on the system checks that are happening across the board, and we're listening in as we close in on launch, and I can tell you that things are looking very good. Chris Cassidy will be watching from the International Space Station right now, flying over the Pacific Ocean. It's heading to cross right over the launch pad. We might even get some good views from the station. Hope to be capturing those. We'll have the launch view on the big screen up front, and everyone's excited to see our two crew members on their way to the International Space Station. Before we get to it, I just want to pass on good luck from the entire flight operations community here in Houston. It's always exciting to be doing something wholly new and history-making in space station operations, and we can't wait to see our team members Bob and Doug in low Earth orbit and heading to the International Space Station. That's it from us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Hawthorne.
T-minus 20 minutes, 30
yes.
seconds. We're continuing the countdown. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. 22 minutes, 45 seconds after the hour.
Stage
Right
2,
now on the
everyone,
right-hand
is
side,
complete.
you can see a large white cloud coming off of the strongback. That is normal.
Parang headball ng Space Force, no?
Liquid oxygen, we have to chill in the plumbing lines going up that strongback. And so as we relieve pressure, the moist, humid Florida air condenses around.
Para-record to sa face, ay sa
So
YouTube.
that tells us that things are actually on schedule. We did begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Fuel loading on the second stage, I believe we just heard the call out that it is complete. First stage fuel load is continuing, and right now that's a little more than, that's about 60% already full. So things are looking good. Second stage is getting ready to begin the liquid oxygen loading.
Ipapakita rin kaya na babalik yung rocket.
Siguro. Kaya ba hanggang 4 pa yun eh. Pero matagal yata babalik yun eh. Hindi ko lang kung anong oras.
Oo, malayo
ready to support. Weather continues to be good. As we inch our way closer, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're waiting to hear if anybody calls out an issue, but for the moment, as you can see on the screen...
Nakita mo sa stream yung mukha mo?
Now, on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and the team there are reporting no issues. They've done their communications checkouts. The crew access arm, as you can see, is retracted away from the spacecraft. The crew is strapped in and they are ready to go. Now, final instructions will be going to the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on
Kulit yung background po eh.
We've already heard the crew give their go, close their visors, and get ready for launch. For Dragon, it'll enter terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. When it transitions to internal power, we'll hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and to lift. But right now, at T-minus 18 minutes, 15 seconds, everything continues to be go for an on-time launch. So Dan, Jesse, things are looking pretty good. How are they doing over at Houston?
Things are great from about 15 feet away from you, John I, and honestly, things are looking pretty great down at the pad there. We're seeing a lot more blue in the sky.
Na, kit na.
About weather, and that's where we're sitting right now.
Parang nagugutom ako ah.
Kumain din ako eh.
Ano kinain mo?
Cereals.
Ayun, parang good idea yan ah.
12:22 and 45 seconds here on the West Coast, 3:22 and 45 seconds on the East Coast in Florida. Just a reminder, it's going to be about a 9-minute ride up to orbit for the Falcon 9 by the Doug onboard Dragon. It'll be a
Yun, naglabas na ng stash, naglabas na.
Until we hear Miko or main engine cut off about 2.5 minutes into flight. At the second stage, will take over and continue to power them the rest of the way. Second engine cutoff comes in just under 9 minutes at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Following that second stage, completing its job, it'll continue to coast for about 3 minutes. It'll do a slight attitude adjustment and null out any rate, so make sure it's not in any kind of a spin before they do separation. So that's when the Dragon spacecraft will physically separate from the Falcon 9 vehicle, and Bob and Doug will be flying free. It's about a 19-hour ride if we launch today on time. So Bob and Doug will get on orbit, or those firings of those Draco thrusters that they'll do
Stage 2 launch load started.
Together, they're going to be doing a series of burns.
Yan yung ano, ito yung Crew Dragon no, ito yung hihiwalay nasa
We're going to
taas.
be doing a series of burns on the way uphill towards the International Space Station 5, so they're out over the first of their flight.
Sino pumansin sa
And it's time for that approach to dock. And that, with an on-time launch to happen today,
May ihian sila, yun ba yun?
Now that we're under 16 minutes away, we have a special guest joining us. I'm going to toss it over to Jeff.
Now that we're under 16 minutes away, we have a special
Ba't di pinapakita si Elon Musk?
Baka tumatayo.
Baka di kayang manood.
Will join join us. Thanks, Quinn, for coming out and taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Thanks, Jesse.
We know you've been on console. How's the countdown been going so far?
Countdown is clean today, just like it was Wednesday. We did clear the weather hurdles sooner than we did on Wednesday. And the only thing we're watching right now is downrange weather and lightning at the staging location. We will be at T-minus 7 minutes.
Awesome, great, very exciting. Now I'm going to throw it back to 2012 because you were on console for Dragon when it was first making its way to the space station. How does that experience compare to today?
So I was nervous then. I stopped getting nervous for launches. Today I'm nervous again. Super nervous.
Akala daw ni Camila ilo-launch product.
It's fantastic. Fantastic day today. I'm really excited. The team is pulled together. It's such a professional operation. And when I say team, by the way, I mean SpaceX and NASA. These folks have been working incredibly hard and have done a fantastic job.
Yes, and we are all so excited. And we know that you have to get back inside of Mission Control, but is there anything that you wanted to say before liftoff to NASA and SpaceX?
Well, I want to thank NASA, of course, for their generosity and their help with getting to this place. I want to thank all the SpaceXers who have come together to make this moment in history. And I want to thank Elon for hiring me.
We thank Elon for hiring you as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to Mission Control. And good luck with launch today.
Thanks, Jesse. And Godspeed, Bob and
Kaya na yung stream natin.
We are so excited. We are just a few minutes away from countdown. So we are going to turn it over to Dan and John for the final minutes and turn
yung stream mismo may
Take
delay.
it away, John.
Okay. Minus 13 minutes, 30 seconds, continuing to count down. We're continuing to load fuel onto the first stage. That should finish up in just about 6 minutes. Fuel is completely loaded on the second stage. That's closed out. And we are continuing to load liquid oxygen on both the first and second stage. The liquid oxygen load beginning on the second stage just about 3.5 minutes ago. We are also loading cryogenic helium into the storage vessels on the first and second stage, getting in the last little bits of helium when we keep it cryogenic, cold and liquefied. That gets us, just like we do with liquid oxygen, the maximum amount into the storage volume so that we can get the most performance out of the vehicle. Right now we are in a fairly quiet state on the vehicle. Ground pumps continuing to put the propellant in to first and second stages. Next significant issue or call-outs that we're going to hear will probably be inside the T-minus 10 minutes when we'll listen for that. But everything continuing to look good at T-minus 12 minutes.
Naalala mo yung game ko sa PlayStation dati, yung Vigilante.
Parang ganyan.
Getting real close.
Merong stage doon sa Florida. Yung pala yun, yung space.
Kaya pala ka mukha familiar, no?
About a 9-minute ride.
Oo, yung pag pumasok ka yung kotse mo, mag-launch
Some
sa
filling
lahat.
boxes going on as the first stage is going to be coming home while the second stage is carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. But obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on our astronauts the whole way uphill. Some of the calls that you'll be hearing as there will be performance calls over the Dragon to ground the entire way uphill. And you'll just hear some of the SpaceX engineers calling out trajectories and booster performance. So we're always looking for that word nominal. I know that's one of John's favorite words. That's one of mine too. We want to hear nominal as much as possible. You might also hear some number and letter combinations. Those correspond to the different abort zones that Bob and Doug are in during their flight uphill. There's 1A and 1B, which signifies they're at the first stage. Those carry them from their cape all the way up to about the very top of North Carolina. And we'll have 2A through 2E or 2F. That will be on the second stage. That goes from North Carolina all the way up to about the tip of Newfoundland. So in the northern Atlantic. And then there is a zone of the northern Atlantic that we're going to avoid. And so you should hear the call out be something similar to forward to Shannon, and that just refers to Shannon, Ireland, which they'll be going off the coast of Ireland at the later stages of the second stage if they have to abort. So just
prepping you now for some of those calls. You're hopefully going to hear that word nominal a whole lot on the way uphill. 10.5 minutes. Things are pretty quiet. As John I said, it'll pick up right at about 10 minutes.
Linis sa loob ng cockpit, no? Hindi katulad ng mga dati, puro wire.
Displays are in order. The crew is already reported that they are go for launch.
Parang sa mga sci-fi movies na
Tick
eh.
up on the Falcon 9 vehicle until fueling cuts off at just about 2 minutes prior to launch.
Dragon and SpaceX confirmed displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch.
Copy. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, it's been a huge honor to help you get ready for today's historic mission.
Ooh, kalabot.
Know that we're with you. Have an amazing flight and enjoy those views of our beautiful planet.
Thanks, Jay. It is absolutely our honor to be part of this huge effort to get the United States back in the launch business. We'll talk to you from orbit. Thank you.
Copy all. Thanks for those orders.
Hanggang ISS lang ba sila or may pupunta pa sila?
SpaceX core.
ISS
so
lang
that
yata.
voice that's going to be talking to Bob and Doug
Tapos
throughout their
ilang
mission
doon, di ba?
from right here in Hawthorne, just offering
Ano
a few
yan,
quick
parang
words to crew to
tinetesting nila
confirm that
kung-
crew displays are
Kaya.
configured for
Kung
launch. We are coming up
successful yung
on
pag
9
ano,
minutes and
pag
counting.
travel.
We've gotten through.
Tingin ko kasi ngayon Soyuz yung ginagamit, di ba? Yung sa Russia.
Activity is now
sa
going to switch
Russia.
over to Falcon
Tingin ko
9.
pagka naging okay to,
Our
baka
next
ito na lagi
major
gamitin.
event
Mas
comes at
mura yan eh.
T-7 minutes.
Oo,
We
at
begin
saka
with
ano,
the engine
nakakatipid sila
chill.
kung saan bumabalik yung
Kasi
rocket.
bumabalik yung rocket eh.
Those currently separate propellants
Sobrang laking tipid nun
on
eh.
the
No?
first stage.
Lalong
from
yayaman
getting down to the
SpaceX
Merlin engines.
pag nangyari
We'll
yun.
open the pre-valves. That allowed fuel, liquid oxygen to flow
Naging-
to the top of the
Sila
pump.
lang
And
iko-commission
more
ng
importantly,
buong
when we
mundo.
open the valves, that'll allow us to begin
Di ba naging business din kasi nila nagano sila ng mga satellite
on the first stage
gamit yung
engine.
rocket nila.
It'll take a few
Saka
minutes
di ba,
to get them
kaya
cool
ang
enough
year
to
ba yun
where
may
they would then
nilaunch
be
silang
ready to
ano, yung
cast the large
sasakyan?
amounts of
Tesla.
liquid oxygen through the
Nasa
pumps
space lang.
and into the main thrust chambers when we get to engine ignition
malapit na
at
siya.
T-2 seconds.
Sana matuloy. 5
We
minutes
don't
to go
want
yung
to try
dati eh.
to run highly chilled liquid
yung
oxygen
ano, no?
through a
Ang
warm
inabort.
pump. You would flash that into gas, and running gas through a high-speed pump is not a good thing. So right now, we are waiting for T-7 minutes. That'll start the engine chill. Shortly after that, we will also get the fuel shutdown. Listening to the SpaceX launch director in the background there. As I mentioned, at T-7
Ano
minutes,
na
we
sila, no?
start the chill.
Yung mga
We will also get
modern
into
na
the
capsule
final
may toilet
topping
na
off
daw.
of stage 1
Hindi na sa
fuel,
space.
and then the fuel load will complete.
Paano yun? Naalis sila?
Oo yata, parang meron yata dyan sa capsule or parang yun yung nabasa ko eh. Or baka sa ISS na yun.
Baka sa ISS. Shit. Lapit na.
Nakatingala sila niyan eh, no? Parang nakahiga.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 engine chill has started.
At malapit na.
Tapos may squirrel, no?
Stage 1 engine chill has started. That's gone up to the crew.
Napanood mo na ba yung ano?
Situational awareness.
Yung space
I
ano?
mentioned
Ano
the
pangalan na?
pre-valves are open.
Oh,
And now we are topping off
Sobrang kulit
first
eh.
stage fuel, getting ready to finish the fuel load. Liquid oxygen load on first and second stage will continue until the last 3 to 2 minutes of the countdown.
Inano ng China yung ano eh, yung rocket nila yun. Ay, yung
Hear
satellite.
about RP1 load
Pinitik.
coming up in about
Tinira
6
ang
minutes.
high-tech.
Again, RP1 is just that densified kerosene or that rocket fuel that Falcon 9 is going to use to power Bob and Doug to orbit today.
And Stage 1 fuel is closed out.
Right on time. That call out indicates that the fuel loading on the first stage is complete.
Ulit to, may relo pa rin siya.
So
Oh.
first stage and second stage fuel are complete. Liquid oxygen loading is continuing on both stages. You can see on the
Ilang
on
months
the
sila
left side of the
magsistay sa
monitor,
ano? sa
The
ISS.
condensation,
Hindi ko alam eh.
the cold gas wrapped around the
Parang ang tagal
stages
din eh, no,
as
man?
the tank skins are chilled by the densified
Parang
liquid
kasiman
oxygen,
siguro.
picking up the humidity
Falcon
from the
9 is
Florida
up
air.
line.
It looks like at this moment we're a little more than 90% full on the oxidizer on the
Copy
first
that.
stage, ticking up towards that 80% mark on the second stage. We'll be counting down all the way till about 2 or 3 minutes, as John and I just said, until everything is loaded
Falcon
in
9 heaters
9.
closing out.
And then we will be go for launch.
Ano yung ano na yun, yung uusap sa rocket, pampalamig,
Liquid oxygen
Dragon has
tsaka
transition
helium.
to configure for terminal count.
para lumamig?
Vehicle
yung
tanks
fuel
press
yata.
in or strong back retract.
Ah. Ganyan pa rin yung ano, no, pag-launch
Pressurizing
ng
the Falcon
rocket.
9 tanks, we're going to open the clamp
Classic
arm
pa
around
rin
the
na
second
pag
stage
ganyan.
and begin to retract the strongback. We'll move back about 2 degrees. That'll get us to the liftoff position. At liftoff, the strongback will then recline about 45
Strong back
degrees
retract has
away.
started.
Gising ka pa?
Stage 2 RB1 bleed.
Launch director called out the strongback retract has started. On the left, you'll see it go back just a couple of degrees.
Stage 1 RB1 bleed.
4 minutes.
We are just 4 minutes away from liftoff. Again, at this moment, Bob and Doug are really just laser focused on those displays.
Nag-stream deck pa sila habang nasa
They
biyahe,
have
or wala
insight
na?
directly into Dragon and the Falcon 9. They're able to see where
May
their fuel
footage,
loading
may
is at.
stream din kaya habang
Everything's
nasa biyahe
progressing
sila.
down.
Malamang meron yan.
AFTS final setup started.
Parang ilang oras yung biyahe? 19 hours?
3.5 minutes from launch.
Iikot eh. Sasabayan
And the
niya,
strongback
sabayan
is
nila
now
ISS.
reclining away from the Falcon 9.
O chichempuan nila,
Sasabayan na gano'n.
sasalubungin.
Lapit na.
And the igniter purges. I'll go bleed. Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power. Stage 1 LOX load closed out.
Lapit na.
Okay, we're at T-minus 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Stage 1 LOX load is closed out. Stage 2 will continue to load for about another half a minute or so. Once we get the completion of Stage 2 LOX loading, we have to vent down the line, so you'll see another large white cloud coming off of the strongback. That'll be normal. That'll happen
Vehicle is
around
transitioning to internal
T-minus
power.
1 minute and 40 seconds. We're going on internal power now.
Tapos nag-brown out.
Seconds away from the stage 2 LOX load being complete. It's been almost 9 years since we've been in this position. A lot of work done by thousands of people to get to this point. All our eyes
Galing mo,
focused
maging
on 2
historic
now.
to. Uy, may mga tubig-tubig.
Ilan sila sa loob?
Dalawa.
Dalawa lang sila?
Stage 2 LOX load is closed out. Propellant fills are complete.
Wala sila lalaki.
Ako, nawala si Mami.
1 minute! Ay, 2 minutes na.
Stage 2 LOX load complete. All fuel, all oxidizer on
Okay.
Falcon 9. 1 minute 34
Go na
seconds
to.
to go till launch.
Ground gas closeout is starting.
Nakakabano.
Paano pa sila?
Paano
sa
pa
loob?
sila? Ay nga, ngayon nga lang natin nakita-kita yan. Paano pa yung may gumastos para dyan? Billion-billion yan.
Oo nga.
Space Force!
Falcon 9 is in startup. Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed for launch.
Under a minute now, the FTS, the flight termination system, has been armed.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon quick light switch to handle.
Shit. Kung ako yan, nakakalaga naman.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Yan na.
Boom!
Dapat pinapakita rin yung itsura nila sa loob.
Papakita nam.
Lumabas na yun.
Mas maganda kita laba.
Stage 1 tanks
Aray
pressing
ko.
for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Shit!
10, 9, 8,
At pakita rin yung itsura nila sa loob eh.
5, 4,
Ayun na, manginginig na.
2, 1, 0.
Na.
Woohoo! Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Nalibutan ako.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Stupid.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go!
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket.
Woohoo! Ang swabe nun ah.
Bilis oh.
Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've
May
exceeded
HUD
Mach
pa eh,
1
oh.
on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
Grabe.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about
2,000 kilometers per hour. Oh.
Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
Wow.
Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
Nung parang pabuka.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage.
Yan, iiwalay na. Tinan mo.
Yun yung babalik sa Earth.
Oh, babalik.
And we have Miko.
Babalik lahat.
Ground.
Miko.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Yun yung... Kasi wala na siyang use sa rocket.
MVAC ignition.
Yung kakaiba sa rocket nila, babalik na. Dati yung doon natapon lang.
So pag umiwalay ng ganyan, ano na sila, solo na yan. Puro thrusters na lang.
Being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob
May isa pa, no? Tatlong part yata eh.
So they're going to continue under the power of this second
Stage
stage,
2 propulsion is nominal.
which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still.
Rapid na muna na yung rocket,
Second
yun.
stage.
Sobrang easy.
We heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard,
Relax lang sa
almost
loob,
to
hindi
Canada.
nanginginig.
Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
Kailan babalik yun?
Yung rocket.
All right, here in nominal trajectories, the Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing. While they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine burn.
Grabe, 11,000 per kilometer na yung ano.
And you heard
Starting chill for entry burn.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen. Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes.
Nasa kanan ba yun yung bababa na ng
That'd be a little
Stage
under,
2
or a
propulsion
little
is still
over,
good.
a little over 3 minutes.
Yung nasa kaliwa,
Dragon
yung
physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a
Galing
nominal
talaga ni
trajectory.
Sheldon.
Just about 10 seconds away from that first stage. Starting that entry burn on your right screen, we should be able to see that view live.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there is that entry burn beginning.
Slow down na. Kaya siya nag-aapoy ulit.
This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Kontrahin yung pagbaba.
Automated eh, no? Grabe.
Oo, wala na kang gagawin ng mga ano dyan eh.
Oo, sobrang height na.
Yun o, wala kang kasi ginagawa. Paupo
The
lang.
burn continues. We're just about a minute away from Seco. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
We'll
entry
be
burn
looking
shut
for
down.
that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Actually, just within a few seconds of each other.
So,
Such
pag
a
nag-land
cool view on
successfully,
your
ang mga
left
magagamit
screen,
pa ulit nila.
seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now you can see the displays that they are seeing right now
Para
themselves.
pwede na mag-ano ng tao. Mag-deliver ng tao. Commercially.
Oo nga, no? Shit. Parang ano lang, round
We
trip.
are coming up 25 seconds or so away from Seco, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about 1.8.
Copy Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
MVAC throttle step. MVAC shut down. Stage 1 landing alert.
Nakamask lahat ng stuff eh.
Confirmation of Seco's second engine cutoff.
Stigo.
Now
Yan
we
na,
are
maglalanding
waiting for
na.
our first
maglaland
stage
ka.
to
Oh,
make its way to
lupit.
our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Get confirmation of nominal
Dragon
orbital
copy,
insertion.
nominal orbital insertion.
Ano yan? Parang ano?
What you're seeing on your
barko?
screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be
Parang
coming
ano siya?
down.
Ano tawag?
Looks like we lost that live view,
Of
but
course, I still love you.
wait for confirmation of that
Pala yung I
landing.
still love you na sinasabi nila.
Falcon 9 first stage.
Ayun na, nakaland
And
na.
there you can see on
Bago
your
nag-land
screen,
na.
Falcon 9 has landed.
Baka naman
This is the
dagdag bawas
first
niya.
Falcon 9 to carry
Lupit,
humans to orbit, so
Sayang hindi
very
nakita.
exciting for us.
Bigla na lang andun
And
na.
as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted
Celebrating
orbit.
sila.
Someone need a recovery
Parang
one.
ang lito,
So
Rocket.
exciting today.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good
Gitnang-gitna,
orbital
no?
insertion, so that means
Hindi
Falcon
ba
9 and
matutumba
Dragon
yun?
right now
Parang
exactly where they're
ang alog
supposed to
ng
be.
barko eh.
Oh,
Someone need a FRC on recovery one.
And it's right at about 12
Uy,
minutes
lumulutang
when
na.
Dragon will separate.
Ulit.
Oo nga.
Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know
Zero
Bob and Doug
G.
owe
Ulit
us
tong
a
0G
little bit
indicator
about what
nila.
exactly
Laruan na
that is that they
dinosaur.
brought up with them.
Oo nga.
And before separation, before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to make they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage
Saya mo
does
nun.
Iiwalay
small
pa ulit
attitude
sila, di
maneuver
ba?
using
Yung
old
huling-huling
gas
Crew
thrusters
Dragon.
built into the rocket
Isa
body
deploy.
itself.
Yung pinakaulo.
Exactly. So we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute
Magal
from
na yung
now, but
speed. Ay,
they
naging
do
ano
wait
na lang.
until they have full confirmation that
Sasabayan na
it's
lang eh.
ready to separate.
Ano yan? Wala nang ano? Nagpo-float na lang sila.
Mukhang
Such
nakapaikot
cool
na yan
views.
eh.
I cannot get
Hindi
over
na
this
sila
view
paakyat.
that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen inside of Crew Dragon.
Kaya ano na yung
out
0G
in
na eh.
space.
Oo nga.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of
2G nga lang daw eh.
27,000 meters per
Naranasan
second,
nila na ano.
or about 16,000 miles per hour. Again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly. Then they'll begin a series of checks on the Draco thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, walls.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS loss of signal with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that
Uy,
signal.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon
Nice.
separation confirmed.
Kahiwalay na
There
yung
is a
dragon.
great view right in front of you
Ganda oh.
of Dragon separating.
confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is
Parang
now
kasama rin kami ni
officially
Marvin.
making its way to the International Space Station
Sa
today.
stream. Alam mo kasama kami.
Dragon SpaceX, with that separation call, we have a few words for you from our Falcon 19.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Stig. Customer nila.
Thanks, Paula. Congratulations to you and the F-9.
Parang ano lang eh, no?
Parang commercial. Parang commercial plane.
Falcon 9.
Parang ano lumipad na aeroplano. Thanks for flying with us.
Thank you for flying Falcon
Thanks for the great rides of space.
Gago kayo na sa future
Oo,
ko.
baka maabutan pa natin
Proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy out. Good luck. Godspeed.
All right, so Bob and Doug are in
And Dragon
space.
SpaceX, we confirm nominal ECLS activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploys in progress.
Dito tulog ka na.
Copy all. We're monitoring.
Tutulog na to si Nessa.
The core here in
Sige,
Hawthorne giving the
good
crew a
night.
heads up.
Yun yung first
that we
stage
have
na video.
confirmation the nose cone is deploying. So again, that nose cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about, I think, 105 degrees, and that's going to expose the actual docking ring and the hatch that they're going to be going through once they attach to the International Space Station, and also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters, that are going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters to actually raise their orbit gradually over the coming hours. Also heard good activation of the ECLS, that's the Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's everything controlling their atmosphere, just keeping Dragon a nice, safe, habitable environment where they're going to be living for the next 19 hours until they arrive
19
at the space
hours,
station.
man.
Right, exactly. And Falcon 9's job may be done for today, but the mission is
Tapos na
not
yan,
over.
tapos na.
Crew Dragon's job is not done. As you can see, Bob and Doug are still inside Crew
At least
Dragon,
19
making
hours
their way.
tayong
It will be a
mag-aantay
19-hour
dito.
trip to the International Space Station before they dock.
Para
Alright,
makarating sa
alright.
ISS.
And such cool views. I love that we can get these live views here and see and watch what they're doing now that they are in orbit.
Yeah, it's incredible
Paano
to be
nakakasend
looking over
ng
their
signal
shoulder,
pa?
to be
Stream
along
nila.
for the ride.
Baka
And
ano,
we're going to be with
RF.
them,
Ewan ko.
and we're going to
Sa
be
mga
with all of
satellite.
you the entire
Grabe,
way
layo na yan eh.
for their journey to the space station. We're going to be covering live throughout. Bob and Doug will
Ay,
obviously
nawala
have
na
a
yung
sleep
ano.
period where they'll get about 8 hours of sleep a little bit later today before they wake up for all of their final approach. One of the major things we are looking forward to in the next couple of hours is going to be their first turn at the controls. So they're actually going to be using those touchscreen displays to
Wow.
take control and manually pilot Dragon. We'll walk you
Touchscreen
through
lang
what
pang
that's
control
going to
nila.
look like, and assuming we have some good ground station
Wala
coverage,
nang
we'll be able to
yoke.
get views
Walang
right inside
joystick,
Dragon,
man.
looking over their shoulder as they manipulate the
ganyan-ganyan lang
controls
sila,
at the
oh.
display.
Oo nga eh, walang manual
I mean,
ano eh,
we
no?
had a
Wala.
smooth ride
Walang
uphill
manual
both
drive
stages of the
pa.
Falcon 9, doing their job, placing Bob and Doug into orbit. I mean, this is
After
a
19
day.
hours, so
This is a
ano,
historical
mamayang
day.
10
This is
o'clock,
us
tama ba?
kicking off that new era of space flight that we've all been talking about and longing for since the space shuttle
Oo nga,
program came
anong
to
oras
an end in
yun?
2011.
Plus 19, so...
And the weather
Mamayang
cooperated.
10:30.
Yes, second time's a
Ang
charm.
Right.
All right, so day for the history books. As you can see, we have lost some live signal there, but the mission still continues, and we're going to send it over to KSC to continue broadcasting live with you guys.
signal New Zealand.
19 hours from now.
Yeah, Jesse and Dan, we are just in awe over here. When I woke up this morning and looked at the weather forecast, I was
Alright,
like, man, we're going to be back here on Sunday,
Success.
but we did it. And the room
Mamaya
cleared out,
ulit,
everybody was
3:30
outside watching, and,
3:30 ng gabi, no?
and inside the lights were shaking, the cameras were shaking. Lauren
3:30
came
ng
back
hapon.
in,
Sa'yo,
tears in her
10:30.
eyes. This is really
10:30
amazing.
mamaya. So mga 10, tingnan
I
natin.
can't believe I saw it with my own
10
eyes.
p.m.
AM?
I'm a little bit speechless.
PM.
PM,
super
o sige,
grateful
mamaya
that
ulit.
Sige,
we
sige.
got them up there, and
Okay.
there's a lot
Okay,
more to go.
bye-bye.
A lot more to go, but I'm so
Congrats.
happy
Bye.
right now. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, Leland, you were talking about it. It's amazing.